Okay, so I'll just say good morning again. Welcome everyone to our February 9th. I'm going to go back to our February 9th SBR-MBE and VSBE liaison training. We did handle our housekeeping things, and for the reporting purposes, we don't need to go back over that again. I would like to introduce our staff, the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs. Many of you, we've not been assigned a special secretary yet, but we do have continuing our Chief of Staff, Ms. Pamela Gregory, Allison Tavick, our Director of Communications and Outreach, Eduardo Hayden, a Small Business Outreach Manager. I'm Lisa Mitchell-Sinar, one of the Small Business Reserve Compliance Managers. My colleague, Tanita Johnson, is on board with us today, SBR Compliance Manager. I believe our Director of Comms is on as well, Allison Tavick. Danielle Davis, who you'll hear from today, VSBE Compliance Manager. Nichelle Johnson, you just heard from a moment ago, one of our MBE Compliance Managers. Karen Reyes, MBE Compliance Manager, who you're going to be hearing from just after me. And Gerald Stinnett, who's our MBE Compliance Manager for BLT operations. And many of you know Gerald and participated in some of the casino outreach events. And so you gotten a chance to see our staff. Many of you are already familiar with us, but for those of you who are new to the state, welcome aboard. Please feel free to reach out to us. You'll have this slide deck, but also you're going to see throughout our presentation today our website, omdsmallbiz.maryland.gov, and on the contact us page, there's all of our contact information, our phone numbers, our email addresses, even our state cell phone numbers are there so that you can reach us at any time that you need to. You don't have to have our number right on you. Just go to our website, bookmark it, and you'll be able to reach us whenever you need to. As I mentioned, cameras are off when we're doing the presentation. If you do have a question, we are using the chat function to enter questions as we go along, but you also will have the opportunity at the end of each presentation to raise your hand if you have questions. We like to get through the presentation before raising hands, and at that time, we'll acknowledge you. You can, at that point, unmute your microphone and turn your camera on to ask your questions if you like. You can leave it off if you like as well. The reason we have cameras off is because with all the number of folks, sometimes it slows it when everyone has their cameras on. And so, welcome aboard. I am going to transition to my colleague, I think, Karen, you want me to kind of continue until we get to that first general part? Is that what we're going to do?
Yes, that sounds good.
Terrific. So our agenda for today, I'm going to first go over general information for all of our programs, SBR, VSBE, and MBE, because there are some issues that go across all the programs. We're going to do an answers overview presented by the Department of Information and Technology. Then we're going to get into our SBR program report training. We're going to get a lunch break from 12 to 12:45 for those of you who are trying to plan. And then when we come back from lunch, we're going to get into the MBE program training and the VSBE program training. So please stay on board for our general information for all programs, as well as the answers overview that's going to be presented by Do It, because that works across all of the programs. And so just want to make sure you guys are aware of that in terms of our agenda. And so this is one that's really special. We've got a new administration on board, Governor Wes Moore's administration, and we want to make sure that representing these programs and interacting them, that we're staying aligned with the governor's mission. The governor, in his speech at the January 25th Board of Public Works meeting, was was an eye-opening speech that he delivered, and really looked at statewide increased transparency, inclusion, and performance statewide. He said, well, we hope that you all heard it, but in case you did not hear his message, we wanted to play it for you today.
Good morning, everyone. So as Lisa introduced us all, my name is Karen Reyes. I'm one of the MBE compliance managers, and today I will be going over general liaison information for all three programs. I'm going to pull my stuff now. So we're going to jump right in. So general information for liaison. So the first thing we want to mention is who from your agency should be added to our mailing list. So of course, you as liaisons. We also recommend having report preparers on our mailing list. It's important for them to also know updates within the bulletins that we send out so that they're well aware of the information that they need to then give to the liaison. Also, anyone in your agency who would like to stay informed regarding any SBR, MBE, and VSBE program updates or trainings, they're welcome on our mailing list as well. That's also something we recommend just to keep everyone within your agency who handles essentially any type of procurements and things of that nature, just to know what's going on regarding the programs. We know that there's changes from time to time, so it's just good to be informed. And also, please inform us when you would like to be removed from our mailing list. And then, as always, please remember to inform your designated compliance managers whenever your agency has a new liaison or report preparer. And of course, you would provide us with their contact information and which programs they would be the new liaison for. Next, we're going to go into liaison duties. I do have the COMAR references here for all three programs. And as listed in COMAR, liaisons are responsible for coordinating agency outreach efforts to the communities of each program, overall program compliance. So that can include, contract compliance, compliance to laws and regulations regarding the programs, being a part of the PRG. For example, part of your duties per COMAR is that your agency is following the policies and regulations for waivers, for example. So that's just the overall program compliance. Also assisting in resolution of contracting issues within any of the socioeconomic programs. And also keeping track of programs data throughout the fiscal year and submission of reports. So for SBR and MBE, that would be your quarterly reports. For all three programs, you'll have your annual reports. You have the procurement forecast, strategic plans for SBR and MBE, and then also surveys if they are required for that fiscal year. So if you ever have any questions regarding your duties as a liaison, if you're a new liaison, we always welcome anyone to schedule one-on-ones with any of us to really get a full scope of what your duties are within the role as a liaison within these programs. So next, I want to go over deadlines and where you can access a full list of all of your deadlines within all three programs. The reporting deadlines can be found on page 1 of the MBE reporting manual, and it's within the MBE reporting toolkit. So be sure to download the newest version of the manual so that you have up-to-date reporting deadlines for that fiscal year. And we will be sending out an updated templates and documents in our toolkits for reporting season for the fiscal year of 2024. So please be on the lookout for that. And reporting mailboxes. So we do want to speak on what reports are being submitted into what mailboxes. We do have about 4 different mailboxes that you will be, every program has their own mailbox, and we also have a general compliance mailbox. So the MBE mailbox, so both the MBE and SBR mailbox you would be submitting the quarterly reports and the annual reports. And then for the VSBE mailbox, VSBE liaisons, you do not have quarterly reports, but you do have to submit your annual VSBE report, as well as your VSBE program outreach report, which Danielle will speak on later on in the training. And then also our compliance mailbox, which is general compliance information. You will be submitting the fiscal year procurement forecast template, the fiscal year's SBR and MBE consolidated strategic plan. Also, you submit MBE waiver determination as they're issued within this mailbox, and also MBE annual waivers reports. So this report is sent to BPW, but you will be CCing our compliance mailbox. So those are all of the mailboxes that pertain to liaisons. Now, something we always are mentioning are toolkits. So every program has their own toolkit. You can visit these toolkits by visiting our website, and on our homepage, you see on the bottom left corner, you will select which program's toolkit you would like to view. So the toolkits are jam-packed with a lot of information that are helpful for all three programs. They include reporting templates, training and program-specific resources, and as well, you can always access the compliance bulletins that are sent to your email if you're on our emailing list, but you always have access to them within our toolkits as well. And we always want to reiterate that you want to be downloading up-to-date reporting templates. So whenever we upload our up-to-date new templates and documents for the new fiscal year and the new reporting season, we always send out that message within the bulletin. So be sure that you have the up-to-date templates, because we do see sometimes people will have the template from last year that they have saved on their computer and they just go ahead and grab it within their filing system. But we want to make sure you're downloading it new every reporting season. Now, I'm going to be going over a few tools and like essentially tips and tricks to help you with reporting. This will be for all programs, since all programs essentially are working with data. They're all working with different types of data, but they all require the same type of tools to really get you to the best end result. So the first tool we want to go over is scrubbing. I know a lot of times you hear us talk about scrubbing. You're probably like, what actually is scrubbing? So essentially, scrubbing is where you're cleaning your data. You're going to take that raw data, is essentially dirty data. You want to take the time to actually clean this data out, scrubbing out and identifying and fixing any errors that you see within the data, removing any duplicates within the data. Also, any irrelevant data from the raw data set. And also, this is a part of the data preparation process. When you are scrubbing and cleansing out your report, it gives you a more accurate picture of what your data really means. Also, defensible data that you're able to back up and say, you know, this is why I scrubbed this. Data that you can defend, essentially. And then it also just helps generate reliable, you know, visualizations, models, and, you know, helpful business decisions when looking at your data. So as we mentioned before, scrubbing data is going to solve data errors, make sure it's complete, clean, consistent with the reporting requirements, and make sure that it is in the proper format and that it is truly accurate, that the numbers that are being reported tell a full picture of your participation within all three programs. So when it really boils down to it, your data, when it is submitted correctly, it should look similar. It will be slightly different, but it should look similar to what you are submitting. So what should be scrubbed from your reports? So of course, exclusions, contracts that were not awarded within the fiscal year being reported, contracts that were canceled within the fiscal year, and then as well as preferred providers. So as I mentioned before, exclusions, the GAD list is where you will go to find what you would need to exclude from your reports. I know some people call it the GAD list, the GAD list, whichever way you would like to call it. This is a very good tool and a very simple and quick tool to use to just figure out if something should truly be excluded. I do want to reference the last page of the GAD list because it does speak specifically on the SBR and the MBE program guidelines regarding exclusions for each program. And we do want to note that the GAD list will be updated. As I mentioned, in a few months, we're going to send out updated templates and reporting documents. I did want to just show you guys a quick tip and trick that we use ourselves as compliance managers when we're looking through reports as well. Just a quick Control F, click both of the buttons at the same time, and then you'll pop up a search on the GAD list. And if you're ever looking at your report and you're like, I don't know if this commodity should be excluded, you just go ahead and type in the commodity name. So as you see here, I know telephone services is one I see a lot. So I did a quick search and it came right up, and I know now that telephone services should be excluded from the report. And I always want to remind you all, you are the agency experts, so you would know best whether the purchase that was made should be included or excluded. So the GAD list provides a guide to really double check that. So the next tip, well, the next tool that should be used within the reporting is color blocking. So color blocking just allows you to identify the information that you are using to populate your reports, or excluding from your reports. And this is helpful for not only your agency to understand your data, but also our office. So some tips when color blocking is to choose a color palette and stick with it throughout all of your backup reports. And then consider adding a summary page with a key. It could be very helpful for you when you are consolidating all of your totals, because this is preferable to color block when you have, instead of having one huge spreadsheet of data that has no distinct identifying information, you don't know what's included or what's excluded. This is a great way to do that. So this is a good example. This is specific to MBE, direct vouchers and credit card reports. As we know, they're both award and payments. So as you see here, the no color, no highlight, that's essentially what's going to be included into the report. The orange highlight is excluded from awards, but it's included in your payments. And then as you see, the pink highlight is just completely excluded from both award and payments. This is an MBE example. You can also utilize this within VSBE and SBR reporting, just to make clear distinctions between your data and making sure that you are actually naming what those distinctions are. So next, I want to show you a very, very useful tool, which is pivot tables. These are the steps that you would use to create the pivot table. This will be available to you when we send out this PowerPoint to everybody. So I'm not going to go through these slides, but I do want to do an actual live demonstration of the pivot tables and just show you with actual data what it would look like. So let me pull this up for you all. Okay, so as we see here, I have some, and once again, this is an MBE example. This is 710 data, but you can utilize pivot tables within your SBR report, within your VSBE report. So please don't stick on it being MBE data. You can utilize this with any raw data set to help you identify. So I'm going to zoom in a little bit so everyone can see. So as you see here, it's a 710 data, contract information, and I've already essentially scrubbed this data that I have here. So as you see here, this is the data raw. Here you see the exclusions, and I even made like a quick summary table. But to really make sure that all of your totals are correct, you're going to want to create a pivot table. So you're going to select whichever cell you select is where your pivot table will be placed. So I'm going to place my pivot table here. We're going to go to Insert. And you see here on the left side of the ribbon, there is pivot table. So you're going to select pivot table, and you're going to be using the data from this specific table in range. So this is where I will click in here. So to select the data within this table, I'm going to select this arrow right here. So it gives me the chance to scroll and locate my data. So I want to make sure I'm selecting all rows and columns that I want to be included. So here, as you see here, we're capturing cert numbers, certification numbers, and all of that. And then you will then again just click the arrow to then select OK. And you will get your pivot table fields. I'm going to just scroll back to where I selected my cell, and it's going to begin to build my pivot table. So I know that I want to essentially mirror my summary table to check my total. So I'm going to select, I want to sort my data by category of work. So let's go and find that here. So I'm selecting category work, and it's going to automatically put your whatever field you select. It's going to like essentially make it a smart decision. It'll put it in the rows section, but you can move these around. So I'll show you that in a second. I'm also going to select the contract amount, and it automatically put it in the values, which is exactly what I wanted. I wanted to get a sum of my contract amount. And then the next one would be the MBE description, because I want to know which totals are MBE totals. So I'm going to find that column, and here it is. So as you see here, it automatically decided that it would be a row, but I want to organize my data in a way that I can actually read it and visualize it better. So I'm going to move MBE description over to my columns. So as you see here, it has generated the pivot table. And we also want to, something that's very important is making sure you make your data easy to visualize. So a few things you can do is just select all of your totals and make sure that they are in currency. So you can go back to the home page of the ribbon and make sure that it is in currency format. So that's a lot easier to look at these totals. And as you see here, the rows are your category of work. Your columns include MBE descriptions. Blank is your non-minorities. And then you have your grand total of all of your totals. So this is really helpful when you're going in to your actual reports. In MBE's case, it's your Form 1, your Form 2. This is really helpful. You have available to you right away. I know that, you know, my African American total would be 93,160. My Hispanic MBE totals would be $9,404. So it's just a quick and easy way to organize your data. Now I do want to show, this is the example of color blocking within even your pivot table. So it just helps you visualize your data better. This is the same exact pivot table, it's just already organized. So as you see here, I highlighted, you know, the yellow highlight is what would be the totals that would be in your Form 1. The orange highlight are your MBE totals. As we all know, Form 2 is only for your MBE totals. So now we know these are your Form 2 totals. And then even you can, here, these two totals will give you a full total of your MBEs. So you can essentially make a sum of your MBEs as well. So however you want to color block, and makes it easier for you to understand the data and essentially input it into your actual reports, that is up to you. I do want to show essentially how you can sort through your data within the pivot table as well. So if you only wanted to see your maintenance totals, you can go in and sort, just like if you were sorting a regular column. I'm going to go in, I only want to see my maintenance totals. So I click maintenance. As you see here, this is, I know that for maintenance, it was only $9,404. You can go back and sort again. Let's say I wanted to only see my construction totals. So I'm going to go ahead and select construction. And now I know my construction totals are 43,000. And of course, you just go back and select all, or you can even just select OK. So that's an easy way to just sort through and just decipher through to one specific total. But that is also a great way to utilize your pivot table so that you don't have to keep going back. For example, this summary table is great, but I would have to keep going back and making the changes manually. So that is for pivot tables. Then just a few more tips and tricks that I have here. One second, let me pull this up. Okay, so now that we have pivot tables, color blocking, and scrubbing, those are all very important to get your data together and really have a good idea and understanding of your data when submitting your report. Next, we do want to go over, you know, acceptable backup data formats when it comes to submitting your reports. So the Excel format is the only acceptable backup format. So we do not accept screenshots, bank statements, or PDFs. Now, with the exception of PDFs, if you have no other option other than to provide a PDF, you are still required to submit a summarized version of the data in Excel format. So for example, the A30 USB 11, we have been told that are typically only available in PDF. So you would then submit the PDF as well as summarized Excel data, you know, because we can get a PDF of like 20 or 40 pages, and not being able to look at the data within Excel, sum up the data, it makes it really hard to review these reports. And just having a summarized version of your PDF also helps your agency to have defensible data, like we mentioned before. You can just pull up your Excel and say, these are the totals that I included within my report from my PDF. And like I said, it just helps you defend your data as well. So next, we're going to speak on naming conventions and document setup. So when you are saving your files to then submit them to the reporting mailboxes, you want to make sure your file names include the report name that you are submitting. So if it's your SBR annual report, you want to make sure you have that within the file name, the agency and office name that is submitting the report, and then the fiscal year being reported for. And as well as your backup data tabs within your Excel, you want to make sure you're differentiating between if it is a raw data set or if it's a scrub data set, and what backup report is actually within that tab. There's times that we'll get backup data and it doesn't differentiate whether it's a payment report, awards report, or the different 700 numbers. We may not even know what is actually being included in the report, or whether if the data is raw or if it was even scrubbed. So we want to make sure that there's clear distinctions between what is being submitted, so there's no confusion. Also, with consolidating data, you want to make sure when you're turning in your backup to consolidate all of your data into one Excel sheet. So one thing that we are aware of, there are times where your agency may have some internal data, but then you also may have some data from answers. You want to make sure that you're consolidating that within the correct PCHL report and make a clear distinction that it is internal data that's being included. So even if you're not if your agency is an agency that only has internal data, then you would just need to make sure you are naming the tabs correctly. So if it is a payment tab, please make sure you're letting us know what type of payments are within that backup. But an example of if you are consolidating internal and as well as answers reports into one, for example, the MBE or VSBE, if you have contract awards that you wanted to include as well as contract awards that you had in your 710, you would then consolidate them into one tab and make that clear distinction. And for example, for SBR, if your agency had a few payments that were not captured, you would include that data in your SBR payment backup report or your 067 report, and also making a clear distinction of what data is being entered in there as well. And also, when submitting your backup data, be sure to consolidate all your backup data in one master Excel sheet. We say this is a best practice when it comes to submitting backup data, because when you're consolidating everything in one sheet, it avoids having you to submit 10 plus or 20 plus attachments with your report. This helps you condense your report, and essentially you could turn in your report with only 5 or 6 attachments, depending on which report you're submitting. So just helping you condense everything and keep everything organized. Also, something we want to note when consolidating data specific to the credit card reports, there are times where with all 3 programs, when we're receiving credit card reports, they'll be for month to month, or there'll be separate Excels for each quarter for credit cards. But when you are pulling your credit card report within Answers, you must make sure you're clicking the CPC only button to make sure that you are essentially exporting just one consolidated credit card report for the entire fiscal year, not month to month. So this is a very quick and easy way to consolidate your credit card reports if that's an issue that you have been having. And this also goes, of course, this is an Answers specific tip, but as well as if your agency is collecting internally your credit card reports and you're doing it month to month, we still will need you to consolidate that as well. Now, we want to differentiate between detailed data versus summarized data. So detailed data, which essentially is what the raw data looks like when you're pulling these reports, it really helps us it provides the necessary data required for us to confirm whether it should be included in your fiscal year's report. So this typically has like the dates, the award date, the payment date, change order dates. It gives transaction line item details. So, you know, there's reports that have like the amount, and then there's, you know, versus a reportable amount. It gives us commodity names, voucher numbers, agency names. So this gives us a full scope of the data and to really make sure that the data is in compliant. There are times that we receive summarized data only. So summarized data is good when you're trying to organize your data, but it is not good when you are trying to submit it as your backup data, because it's not telling us enough information to confirm your totals. So for example, you know, if you do want to make a summarized data table to help you organize, you know, you can organize it within, you know, how many transactions are included, you know, category of works, things of that nature. Essentially what I showed you within the pivot tables. And like I mentioned before, summarized reports alone are not acceptable backup documentation. So that is it for my presentation. I'm not sure if Do It is ready, but we are going to transition over to the Do It team. I know we are a bit early, so if anyone has any questions for the general section, this is a good time to get those questions in. All right. Alan, you raised your hand.
Yeah, just a quick question in regards to the backup data. I see the new format that you want that on. Now, are we also merging the quarterly data with the already submitted data? For example, we've already done 2 quarters of information. Are we taking the next quarter and we're merging that and making into like one large spreadsheet with that 3rd quarter data once that time comes around, or is that data supposed to be separate?
So I know the rule of thumb that we usually say is, you know, you're supposed to submit quarters 1, 2, and 3 to our office. Now the 4th quarter is where you would submit your full annual report. But if you are submitting each quarter and you already are consolidating on a quarter by quarter basis, when it comes to your annual report, then you would only need to add on your 4th quarter to all 3 of those quarters. So essentially, when it gets to 4th quarter, you can consolidate all of the quarters that you've already scrubbed and worked through and submitted to us, and it just makes it easier for you all. But with annual reports, you will essentially consolidate all of your quarters together if that is the way that you're doing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Once I submitted the 1st quarter, when it came time for the 2nd quarter, I just kind of merged all that data, and then, you know, the backup data is also merged in with that. So now we get ready to go to the 3rd quarter. So essentially, we're almost doing like the same process for an annual report. It's just we're by quarter, we're just adding the data in and submitting it that way. So, okay, that's all I need to know.
Yeah, and that's honest. We say that's like, you know, the most efficient way to do it, because by the time you get to 4th quarter, you're not overwhelmed with having to pull a full fiscal year, scrub an entire fiscal year. Because, you know, quarter by quarter, you're more aware of what happened that quarter. You know what payments were made. You'll be more aware of what needs to be excluded quarter by quarter instead of waiting the full fiscal year and then you have to think back to, you know, September, July. So that is the best way to do it. And like you said, you already have scrubbed everything. So it saves you a lot of energy and time when it comes to the end of the fiscal year.
Sounds good.
I was going to mention too, also, you want to make sure you're accounting for anything that, not that this would happen, but just to make sure you're accounting for anything that maybe you had to put in to the data, and make sure that you're still capturing that information as you're going over, if you're holding over quarter to quarter and using what you've already done.
Yes. Yes. And then if you are merging your quarterly reports together, the same tools apply, just making sure that when you are submitting your annual, once you merge all your quarterlies, make sure you're making those clear distinctions of what data is there. I see, Shelly, you asked when are the reports due. So for SBR and MBE, they are due September 30th. And then for VSBE, they're due October 1st for annual reports.
I want to do the video because
Sounds good.
And for over 159 years, this body has served a critical function to the state of Maryland, where the livelihoods and the lives of generations of Marylanders have been shaped by the decision of previous boards. And as we move forward, we're moving forward in partnership with the governor, with the treasurer, and the comptroller. We will ensure that this body not only continues its historic and statutory roles, but we're also going to focus our work on being intentional, being very intentional in how and what and where our state's resources and our investments are being expended. Our communities are depending on us to make thoughtful and deliberate and forward-thinking decisions to move our state forward, to make sure that we are more competitive while also being more equitable, and to advance the priorities that impact every single Marylander. The decision of this board and the decisions of this board will be led by data and not by election cycles. They will be led by performance and not patronage. During the campaign, I made it clear that if elected governor, Maryland will be a state that leaves no one behind. And that wasn't just a campaign talking point, it was a promise that will guide the work of our administration every single day. And the promise also means that that will be applied to the work of this board as well. And to fulfill that promise, we will ensure that our contracts are awarded through a rigorous and a competitive process. As often and whenever possible, we will be entrusted as stewards of that public trust, and it is our absolute duty to be able to uphold that public trust as well. We will ensure that we are being strategic in how we direct procurements to support government operations in our collective effort to achieve bold policy goals and objectives that impact all of our neighbors. Importantly, we will ensure that we are treating minority business enterprise goals not just as suggestions from contractors, but as promises and commitments made to both the state and our MBE communities who simply want a fair shot at competing for and receiving work. The era of agencies generously issuing MBE waivers and not holding prime contractors accountable for meeting these MBE goals, those days and that era has come to an end. We are not only holding prime contractors accountable, but we are going to hold ourselves accountable. Our agencies, our departments, our administration. We'll ensure that we are expanding opportunity to assess and also see other disadvantaged communities. And that means making it easier and not harder to get certifications to participate in these business procurement programs. And that promise will also be reflected in the investments that we'll make in program open space. And our forward-thinking approach with construction projects, making our infrastructure assets greener, and through our careful review of the tidal wetlands licenses and their impact on our Chesapeake Bay and our environment. It is not lost to me that these are ambitious goals. It's not lost on me that we know that these are things that we are going to be held to account for, and we welcome that. Each and every one of us know that we are put here by our respective constituents who asked us to follow this, and as leaders, we plan on doing that. Challenge the status quo to chart a different course for Maryland's future, and we are excited to move forward in that future. We will do this work and work closely to be able to accomplish these goals, collaborative partnership, and with my colleagues here, with their offices, with our talented and dedicated cabinet secretaries, and the incredible agency employees that we are honored to now call colleagues in all of this work, many of whom are here right now. And before I turn it over to my colleagues for remarks, I'd just like to close with a very sincere word of thanks to the procurement staff in every agency, to the Board of Public Works office staff, to so many others who support the work of this board, and who work behind the scenes to ensure the sound operations of government. The people who helped to put this room together, that we're now in, it is not lost on any of us the fact that the only way this thing moves is because you all are so devoted and dedicated to making sure that the work happens. And so, from the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you.
We're ready for you to go ahead and kick it off. Thank you.
Great. You're welcome. So I'm going to share my screen and we'll go through the agenda. Briefly, please feel free to ask questions. If I go too fast or if I go too slow, you could speed me up. It's usually the first one to slow down. And if you need any other resources, we'll send out an email to you guys, to Nichelle, just saying how to, when you have questions, how to get in touch with us so that you can get responses ASAP. So without further ado, share. Okay. Does everybody see that screen okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So what we have here is what we're going to go through is basically the answers reporting. We're going to touch on where the data comes from, in essence. Briefly touch on each of the reports that you and your team would perhaps want to access, because we're not sure, who does what on your team. And then we'll leave a couple minutes at the end. We'll go through the small business reports as well, when they get updated, those type of things. So I'm Mike McKenna. I'm a contractor with Do It. Jim Roman, who's the in charge of Do It Financial Application Systems, is here with me. So we're going to go through this now. First of all, let's talk about where the data comes from. So there are 3 screens. It comes from the AgPix application. And there are multiple screens where this data is sourced from. So it comes from the ads, and you don't need to write this down. We can send it to you. But if you like to take notes, it looks like you guys were recording, so that might be a resource too. The 2353 screen, which is part of the blanket purchase order, which has the data elements that go into these reports. The 2356 screen, that screen is for the purchase orders. And then on the small business side, there's a 2345 and a 2355 screen that breaks down those individual payments from like the prime contractor to the small business reserve contractor. So those screens, the 2345 and the 2355, are the drivers for the small business reporting and MBEs. Thank you, Jim. And the 2353 and the 2356 are all those different types of reports and the percentage of minority business that the contract is obligated to meet the requirements for the minority business procurements. So that's a brief 30-second overview of the AdPix reports. I could talk about each of those screens for 30 minutes, but I know we only have 30. So is it okay to move on, or did anybody have any questions?
I don't see any questions, so we'll move on.
Great, keep going. Okay, so Answers is a Do It FAS homegrown built application that, I'm sorry?
Someone has their microphone unmuted. If you can, please mute your microphone, please.
Oh, thank you. So Answers is a homegrown Do It FAS built application where all these reports reside for you and your team to access them at any time. So you can run these reports. Well, our understanding is the agencies provide you, I guess, some of this data or send reports in for them, but you also have the ability or can get the ability to run these reports. For each of the links that we provided in this document, you can click on that, control click to follow the link, and it will take you to either the report itself or the home page. So To get into answers, obviously you would go to the first one, and that'll take you to answers itself. For each of the other reports, click on where it says sharepoint.com, and that'll take you to the actual detail of everything about that report, what it looks like, its purpose, etc. I'm going to go over briefly in order just what each of those reports do, to try to give you guys a brief overview. But if you have any questions before that, let me know. I don't hear any questions, so you have to tell me to stop. So the first one is a 709 report. That's a minority business blanket purchase order, change order report. That contains the change orders with the net amount of the increase outside the reporting period. So as you may know, some agencies may do a change order after they do an original procurement. This report will also track those change orders and report those out in detail. The 710 report is the minority business diagnostic report by work category. So think about work categories they're the type of reporting. So competitive sealed bidding is an item that would be reported under this report. So to try to go back and forward at the same time, let's say the agencies are doing a procurement in AdPix, and they list the type of category of work this is, and they're going to say this is a CSB, which is competitive sealed bidding, and it would be reportable. It would show up on the 710 report. Since I don't hear any questions, I'll move on to the 711. If you guys need to go back, let me know. I'm just going to scroll down a little bit so I don't lose my place. Sorry. At my age, I have to move back and forth. The 710 report is the detail for the 711, 712, and 713 reports. So think of the 711 through 713 are the big picture reports, and the 710 is going to give you each of the documents in detail of what those summary reports are showing you. So depending on your level and how you're analyzing the data, 710 basically is going to give you chapter and verse. 711 through 713 is going to provide you an overview. I'm going to go to the 722. So the next report, go ahead, sure.
Unless someone is really saying they utilize that, you can skip that because I don't think we've really been utilizing the 722.
Oh, okay, that's fine. So we can go 717 then. Sorry, I'm losing my place. That's the 717 report is the minority business expenditure report. It has its non-blanket purchase order, direct vouchers, or veteran VSBE report. It has non-BPO direct vouchers, so payments that the agencies are making to veterans that are not attached to a blanket purchase order. If I'm a veteran, say I was registered as a veteran in AdPix, that was my status, and Department of Information Technology made a payment to me, it would be reported, it would display on this report. And it would also do that for minority business. So if Jim Roman was a minority business and they did a payment to Jim, that would also appear on this report, on the 717. The 718 report is minority business expenditure report. That's for vouchers and blanket purchase order direct vouchers, or veterans, or the veterans expenditures. So the agencies that have done a blanket purchase order, and now they're using either ad picks, direct vouchers, using that blanket purchase order to make a payment, it would show up on, and I'm a veteran or a minority business, it shows up on that report. It also will show up for if they're a preferred provider expenditure report, which will also show vouchers, so purchase orders and blanket purchase orders. This report will have it. Again, veterans and minority businesses appear on this report on the 718.
We do have a question in reference to that. Alan, you can go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, just looking at this 717, did you say that the veterans data would be on there?
That is correct. You can filter with the veteran flag, and you can, we'll be also showing that later on in the VSBE training as well.
Oh, okay, because I was just a little confused. I know when you run the report and you export it into an Excel file, it doesn't show a veterans heading. So I was kind of curious as to whether it would actually show if veterans were actually in there.
Yes, it does. It does have a column for the vet flag, and you would be able to sort by that.
I'm actually looking at it. There's no column for a vet flag, not on the 717.
Alan, did you
Yeah.
check the VSBE box when you did the 717 report in answers? Did you change the bottom? I believe there's a selection, correct, where you can pick MBE or VSBE?
Correct.
Yes, that is
Yeah,
correct.
so I think in order to get the VSBE data, you need to change that.
The flag to vet,
Yeah.
VET.
I think, yeah, that's the flag that Danielle's referring to.
All right. Good.
And
deal.
no
That clears
worries,
it
we'll
up.
go over it a little later for anyone with additional questions.
All right, that works. for me.
Awesome. Thank you, Alan. You can continue, Mike.
Okay, thank you. So we're good on the 718 as well? Should I move forward to 719 to the subcontractors?
If you could just tell us quickly, I'm not sure where everyone is in this phone call, but I do know we have procurement people or people who enter data.
Sure.
So what screen is that coming from for the 718? Because you said that is strictly for the payments on POs or direct vouchers on a BPO, correct?
Yeah, so it's looking at the. So there's no PM. Right. So it's going to look at, for direct vouchers, it's going to be looking at the vendor status. So they're paying the vendor directly. It looks at the 1800 screen. So that's the.
And this is for the 718 report?
Yes.
Okay.
So yeah, so if they're, let's say they populate, they're doing a direct voucher as an example on the 1800 screen in AdPix, and they populate the blanket purchase order. That data is going to be on the 718.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Good question. It's good to keep me, on my toes too. I appreciate it. The 719 report is a subcontractors MBE expenditure and subcontractors federal veteran expenditure report. And it's going to look at the 2355 screen in AdPix for those payments. So that's going to be those subcontractors. So they have a big procurement to a large vendor. Let's say Jim Roman, he's a multi-billion contractor here at the state, and he hires me as a subcontractor, and I'm a veteran. Those payments are reported on that screen in AdPix. The amount that Jim has paid me, those are reported, and that shows up on the 719 report. The 720 report is the subcontractors MBE projected expenditure report and subcontractors federal veteran projected expenditure report. This uses the 2345. So the 2345 screen says Jim has the contract. He's going to contract with Mike McKenna, and he's projecting that he's going to be giving contracts to me worth X, $100,000. So that's on the 2345, and that gets reported on the 720. The 23, so that's projected. 2355 is the actual amount that Jim has actually contracted and given me to date. Does that help clarify that?
Yeah, I believe so. We don't have any questions.
Okay, great. The 721 report is MBE. It's the MBE expenditure report. It's R-Stars payments and credit card payments. So there are payments obviously made in R-Stars to minority business entities. Those are recorded. They're not using AdPix at all. They're using R-Stars. So they use R-Stars to make a payment only, and it shows up on the 721. Also, as you know, procurement agency personnel have procurement cards, and they go out and make those payments on procurement cards. They're not recorded as payments necessarily in AdPix, but when they are paid to the minority business company, Mike McKenna, in our fictional contract scenario, that also gets reported on that also displays on this report. So this makes sure that even if the agencies don't use AdPix for specific payments, R-Stars, VAT payments, and credit card payments are recorded and tracked. Credit cards the credit card payments are from the prior month because the data lags, because the state and the comptroller gets that feed from the bank, and it takes a month. So you're in February, you're only getting January's data when it comes over. It's not up to that day. Questions?
I don't have any.
Okay, the 722 is the contract compliance summary report. And that's payment amounts to both the primary and subcontractor vendors on active contracts considered blanket purchase orders with minority participation for a selected payment date range. So you're just running it for a specific date range, not necessarily the whole contract. You wanted to do an analysis. The contract started in 2021, but you only wanted to see what's occurred in fiscal year 23. So you run that report from July 1st through today's date. The 68 report is the small business procurement report, and that's simply to provide a list of small business reserve procurements in the whatever timeline you're trying to look at. This fiscal year, last fiscal year, whatever your analysis is, a specific month, that data comes from the 2353 screen and the 2356. And the 67 report is just a subset and which has the details of payments. Detail expenditures is what the 67 has. And that's the vouchers in AdPix and the direct vouchers. I'm going to move on down to the bottom just to talk about how these are updated. So they're updated weekly on Sunday. So Monday morning data is in sync with AdPix. After that, if the agencies do anything between Monday morning and Friday, it's not updated until the subsequent week. Answers MBE data is not a complete AdPix extract, as there are exclusions in logic in the extracts. Not all BPOs are extracted, especially if there exists more than one vendor on a BPO. Purchase order releases from BPOs are not extracted unless attached to a multi-vendor BPO or coded as a TOR. You guys don't, that's a task order release. So if they've done a task order against that blanket purchase order, then it's going to be tracked. And there are some exclusions which we listed there. Procurement method COR, R, PPN, and XMT. Procurement method 2 is agency DGS only. All these are what are being coded by the agencies in AdPix on those 2353 and 2356 screens when they're doing a procurement. The categories of work also excluded are RPL and RPP. There are excluded objects and commodity codes. For the list of the objects and commodity codes that are excluded, you could click on that sharepoint.com where we have that bullet, and that'll take you to all the commodity exclusions and the objects when the agencies make payments or use commodities, which ones are excluded. Questions so far? I'll move on.
Thank you.
MBEs are updated monthly in AdPix. That comes from a file that DoIT loads from MDOT. So MDOT collects the vendors that are MBEs and sends a monthly file to DoIT, and we load that file into AdPix. Small business reserves are updated nightly in AdPix. That comes from Emma. So vendors who are small business reserves are updated nightly. So minority businesses once a month, small business reserves monthly. SBR's nightly, sorry. Thank you, Jim. And the veterans are added by the Department of General Services, and they can be added at any time. They're added manually by DGS.
That was amazing. And we do have, that was really great. Guys, thank you for that. We do have a question. It says, Shonda's asking, how likely is it that coding is not appropriately applied? For instance, do entries for SBR flags get entered manually and could be excluded from the report or included incorrectly? And I think you really just answered that, right? Because that's coming from the upload.
Yeah, I mean, the vendor status is coming from the upload. So if the vendor's coded, it's gonna appear. So they're going to be tracked that way. So the agencies aren't touching the status, right? We're loading the data, minority business and small business reserves.
And the actual document gets the status at time of posting.
And the actual document, when the agency posts let's say it's a procurement to me and I'm a small business reserve vendor, then when they post that procurement, that's when that then is tracked. So it looks up the status of the vendor and says, Mike McKenna is a small business reserve or minority business. And then that procurement and all the activity against that procurement is tracked based on my status at the time that it's posted. So if they do a contract, Jim does a contract with me or the state does a contract with me in October of 2022, and I start getting payments, and sometime later in that process, I'm no longer a small business. Those payments that were made to me throughout the length of that contract are tracked and recorded as small business. They're not.
So, they're
not. So when I lose my status, the payments are no longer tracked. So it's only up to the time that I am registered as a small business or a minority business is that recorded, because sometimes vendors fall in and out of that process. So
Yes.
they're not tracked when their status is modified.
Mike, this is Lisa Mitchell-Sinar with the Small Business Reserve. Thank you so much for pointing that out. I'll talk about this also when we do the Small Business Reserve reporting, but it is important. This is why the nightly updates that are coming from Emma in terms of current vendor certification are important. And that's why we encourage our procurement partners, our liaisons, to really stay on these vendors about staying certified. And if a vendor is not sure, to reach out to the compliance, to us, to find out if they're certified, because they could have fallen out and for some reason are not aware of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Mike, we don't have, you guys did a great job with your time slot. We don't have
That's right.
we don't have any more questions at this point, unless somebody chimes in like right now. So I think we are good to go. That was a really amazing presentation, gave us a really good inside view of what is happening with answers. And I really hope that this was beneficial and helped and see, we just got another question. So we'll ask you guys one more as you're going out the door. So it says MBE pay. Well, no, MBE payments are not in MBE payments. You might have to unmute yourself, Marshall. MBE payments are not in Emma. Do we input into FEMA's?
Okay.
I think I actually know what, because of who you guys are. I think I actually know what you're asking.
Okay.
And that's a whole nother conversation.
Oh, okay. So I'll leave that alone then.
Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say I can't. That was beyond my skill set. One thing with we'll send this out to, but when you have questions, send an email to service.desk@maryland.gov. That will get you to one of the many DO-IT FAS personnel who can help you with the reports, answer questions, all that kind of stuff. I usually say at this time, just ask Jim Roman, but no, actually it's much better to just reach out to the service.desk@maryland.gov with questions, with support needs, whatever. We're here to help you guys, guide you through it. And Jim has a whole team that's available to help you with this.
Thank you so much, Mike. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you, Jim. I know you're over there off to the side. Thank you. Thank you as well.
You guys are very welcome.
Good morning, and thank you for being with us today during this training session. Again, I am Tanita, a Small Business Reserve Compliance Manager. Today, we will be discussing the SBR-VSBE certification and verification of vendors in the eMaryland Marketplace Advantage, or EMMA, portal. Prior to starting the presentation, we would like to state that eMaryland Marketplace Advantage, EMMA, is constantly undergoing system updates and adding new features. One recent update includes 4 agencies that have transitioned their data entry from FEMAS to Emma. We want to thank our colleagues for alerting us to this change in data entry, as it does have an impact on the annual reporting processes currently in place with the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs. Please remember that all agencies are required per COMAR to report accurate, insufficient data. We want to thank Mr. Fred Payne at DGS for being responsive to our concerns. He has informed us that correcting the data collection issues is a top priority. Stay tuned for more details on this important issue from the Emma team. If you ever have questions or concerns regarding the data you report to our Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs, please reach out to any member of our team. Good communication makes all of our jobs easier. Okay, so let's start with 2 questions to ask yourselves. Are you increasing the small business reserve, veteran-owned small business enterprise vendors within the eMaryland Marketplace Advantage portal? Please make certain that you are encouraging vendors to apply to the SBR-VSBE programs. The more SBR-VSBE vendors that you are able to locate within Emma, the higher your chances are that some of those vendors will respond to your solicitation procurement opportunities. You can forward vendors to the following quick reference guides to apply for the programs. So we asked the first question in regards to, are you increasing the SBR reserve in veteran-owned small business enterprise vendors within Emma? You can reach out to us if you have any questions, or you can direct the vendors to us to actually apply for the SBR-VSBE program. Question number 2, are you verifying the certification status of SBR-VSBE vendors within Emma in regards to the SBR-VSBE designated solicitations procurements? Be certain that you are confirming that the SBR-VSBE program vendors are certified within Emma. Vendors can only be certified through the Emma portal. And if you find that any vendors are not registered in Emma, again, you can refer them to this Emma link or reach out to us, and they would actually select the new vendor register now option to complete the registration form to obtain an Emma account. And within this account, they can submit the SBR-VSBE applications. Note that, again, you can always direct them to our office for any assistance. With regards to the procurement solicitation opportunities in the SBR program, note that SBR vendors must be in the SBR program at the time of award. And you will find this information in COMAR 21.11.01.06G. And we have actually listed that statement from COMAR here in this slide. SBR vendors must remain certified during the term of the SBR designated contract for the payment award to count towards the 15% agency mandated spend. Again, you can find this information in COMAR with regards to the 15% rule, and also that the payments are only applied for the procurement designated as small business reserve. With regards to the VSBE program, Emma is the only platform to verify vendors in this program. This is also noted in COMAR, and this would be in COMAR 21.11.14.07C1B. Again, be aware that the only platform to verify SBR and VSBE vendors is within the Emma portal. This is an Emma public, or I'm sorry, there is actually an Emma public vendor search in which a login is not required, and an internal browse vendor search where a login is required to verify VSBE and SBR vendors. If you have any questions in regards to verifying SBR-VSBE vendors, please contact our office and our phone number is listed there. So we're going to start with the EMA public vendor search. So you would go to the emma.maryland.gov website and select vendor search. And you can perform a search for a specific vendor by entering the vendor name within the company name or keywords field and click on the search button. In addition, you can search the VSBE vendor or VSBE vendor box. You can select those boxes when searching for the particular vendor. So when you search for the particular vendor, for this one, it was Acquisition Simplified Incorporated. Once we perform that search, you know that the vendor is certified when you find that the vendor box is checked for the specific program, a valid certification number for either the SBR or VSBE program is listed, and a valid SBR-VSBE expiration date is listed in which the date has not exceeded. So if you look at this example, you find that the SBR vendor box is checked. There's a valid SBR certification number listed and an expiration date that has not yet passed. For the VSBE vendor, you see that the vendor box is checked. There is a valid VSBE certification number listed, and the VSBE expiration date has not passed. When you have all of that listed, when you meet those criteria, you find that they are both in the SBR and VSBE program. So next, we're going to talk about the EMA internal browse vendor search. So you will need to be logged into your EMA account to access the internal browse vendor search to verify the SBR-VSBE vendors. Within the vendors browse vendors section, you can enter the name of the company and click on the search button. Upon locating the vendor, you would select that company to be directed to the account. Note that you can also select the SBR vendor box in the VSBE vendor box when conducting your search for the specific vendor. So EMA should be used to verify the certification status of SBR-VSBE vendors prior to award of solicitations, as the vendor account has the most accurate information. Within the vendor account, you would select the Documents tab to locate the SBR application, VSBE application in the Attestations and General Documents section. To verify certification status, you would check for the specific program application. Find that it has an approved status, which is the green check mark, with a valid expiration date, meaning that the date has not yet exceeded, certification not expired, and there is a 1-year certification period. Also, that it has a green dot that shows that it is valid. And then you can refer to the company info section for additional information. So upon verifying that the SBR-VSBE application information is listed correctly within the document section, be certain that an SBR certification number, VSBE certification number, is listed within the company info section, along with an approved status and a checked SBR vendor, VSBE vendor box pertaining to which program you're actually looking for. And this information will confirm that the vendor is certified in the SBR-VSBE program. As you can see in this example, the SBR certification number is listed here. There's an approved SBR status, and the SBR vendor box is checked. And also with the VSBE program, The VSBE certification number is listed. There's an approved VSBE application status, and there is the VSBE vendor box that is checked. This information, along with the information in the document section, will let you know whether or not the vendor is in the SBR and or VSBE program. So please note the following when you are attempting to verify the certification status of an SBR-VSBE vendor in Emma. You may find multiple SBR-VSBE applications listed in the document section. Be certain to carefully review the information to make certain that the vendor meets the requirements. For example, again, the certification application is listed and has an approved status. There's a valid expiration date, and there's a green dot showing that it is valid. If you are unable to determine the SBR-VSBE certification status, please reach out to us for assistance. Are there any questions?
Hey, Tanita, it's Lisa.
Yes.
There was one question, and I just wanted to get to. Anne Fossilbaugh was asking about sometimes vendors are registered but not appearing on the FEMAS reports, and it can be frustrating. She asked about searching a particular caterer, but I'd like to do that offline, Anne. But to answer your question, I think that was to Mike's from DeWitt's answer earlier, that if a vendor flag is not in Emma, not in the report, it is possible that a vendor registered, fell out of certification, and the report has not been updated yet. But if you know that a vendor is certified, you can see them in Emma, and you know that vendor is certified, but they're not appearing in FEMAS, for example, reach out to us, because it is possible that there's something wrong with the certification, because FEMAS reports are updated. Though that information is updated nightly. And so if you're not seeing them, reach out to us and we can correct it. It could be something, a glitch in the system. We've come across things like that before, and we're constantly working with the Emma team to make sure that the data is as accurate as possible. But there are times when that slips up. Okay, Anne, hopefully that'll answer. And after our presentation today, if you reach out, we can look up, I'll look up Glenmore caterers, just to find out what the issue is, because again, Emma has undergone and is constantly undergoing updates. And we find that sometimes there are, it has an impact on other areas, but most of them, all of them, we can find workarounds, but we don't want to lose the ability for you to count someone who is a small business reserve vendor who is working on an SBR designated solicitation or contract. Okay.
Awesome. Well, thank you. And Ms. Davis, thank you for your assistance.
Always.
And I hand it over to you, Ms. Mitchell-Sinma.
Thank you, Tanita, and thank you, guys. We're gonna zip through this for the purposes of timekeeping. We're gonna go straight through if we can until we get the break for our lunch break. If I finish a little early, that's time that you guys get to have a little extra time for lunch. So I'll go as quickly as I can, but I do want to get as much information to you as I can. And so we're going to go through, and I think we're breaking for lunch. The off time, the max would be 12 o'clock. If I use all my time, then we'll break at 12 for lunch. And when we come back from our lunch, our 45-minute lunch break, 12 to 12:45, we'll pick right back up and we'll get ahead into MBE reports. And then after that, VSBE reports. So if you happen to be someone who's only dealing with SBR and VSBE, vice versa, you know, we're SBR now, break at 12 o'clock for lunch, maybe a few minutes sooner, hopefully. And then MBE will pick up at 12:45. And then right after that will be our VSBE presenter. And I meant to turn on my camera using my manners here today. Let me make sure I'm on. Camera's doing okay. Great. Nice to see everybody. So let me do this. So we're going to dive into the SBR annual and quarterly reports, building on the information that was shared with us earlier. Going to jump into Code of Maryland regulations 211106. 211106 outlines the SBR program applicability, exemption scope. SBR has most of what you need COMAR-wise built into 2111. I left out my 0106. And I put links in here, in particular for those preparers who are new, who don't know as much about the SBR program, but the reporting is built into the SBR program outline in 2111-0106. Verification, which Tanita was talking about, ineligible bids or proposals, verification of a firm's SBR certification before the time of the award, as reporting, and the role of the SBR liaison officer built into 2111-0106. But also, COMAR 2113-0103 outlines the data that each agency needs to report on, and that's what the purpose of this presentation is today, just to make sure you understand what data it is that we're getting from you, and it ties back to COMAR in terms of what is legislatively mandated that we get from you in terms of data. So I'm going to focus on the quarterly reports. As we talked earlier, SBR quarterly reports as well as MBE quarterly reports are cumulative. And the question came up. So we are now, most of you, hopefully, I should say, hopefully, half of you have turned in your second quarter reports. We've had the first quarter. We've just ended the second quarter on January 31st. So we're midway through fiscal year 22. And I just want to thank also all of the agencies that turned in your annual reports for, I'm saying fiscal 23 rather, but for those who turned in your reports for fiscal 22, we did get all 67 mandated agencies, and we even got a voluntary agency, Baltimore City Community College, who legislatively was taken out of the SBR program, but they have volunteered to continue to participate, staffing a liaison, as well as doing the reporting and outreach. And so just kudos to them. And hopefully that's a lesson to all of us, going the extra mile. Really, really important. So all 67, we have 68 reports for our annual for the fiscal year 22. We have not published that yet. However, in terms of this fiscal year 23, we have not received everyone's second quarter reports. If you have your screen on, Keith, you can turn that off unless you have a question, just because of the data load. When we, as we go on, you'll be able to ask questions. Thank you. And so, really important, if you've not gotten in your second quarter, which is the mid-year look at the SBR, please turn in your reports. We really need to get those because we need to see how you're doing in terms of this part of the year. This is your midway. We heard from the governor, from the administration, that they're looking at these numbers, that they're looking for data, and your mid-year second quarter annual report is the data. It's a temperature check for how your agency is doing as it relates to meeting the 15% mandated set aside as it relates to small business reserve procurements. And so as we talk about that, please let's get the reports in. We will be sending out notifications to agency heads and liaisons that have not turned in their second quarter reports, because this is, again, we're cumulative and we did not get to where we needed to be 15% across state agencies last year. We haven't released our fiscal 22 numbers, but they're not where we want them to be. We're getting there, and many of you are doing the great work of reaching your 15% goal. As it relates to that, we're talking about, we're going to go to our SBR toolkit so that we can begin to get into the actual reporting. we, as much as we can, as many links as we can. So those of you who are new, we're trying to figure out just where everything is. We've got links on most of these pages to get you to the SBR toolkit, because that's where most of us are going to do. That's where you're going to get your data, your instructions, as well as templates from. So the toolkit contains most of the recent the most recent SBR quarterly and annual report instructions. Annual report's done, so now we're looking at the quarterly reports. The template for the SBR quarterly report, as mentioned earlier, is the same. It's similar to the annual. The title changes, but if you are doing your quarterly template using the quarterly template that is in the toolkit, don't want to use last year's template, or from time to time we get in some old templates, but really need you to go ahead and pull the current template from the toolkit. Mentioning again the resources that we have in the toolkit, and I'm going to see, hopefully if I can do this, we'll see if this will work here, because I want to get you to, if I can, and let's see, I did a whole screen. That, and I will ask my folks, did it work? Are you seeing the toolkit or no?
Yes, Lisa.
Yes.
Love it, love it, love it. I wanted to take you here just a bit, because in addition to the templates, and right now we're on the fiscal 23 second quarter template, the reporting instructions are here, the template is here, but we also have so much more here. So much more here when we're talking about our procurement compliance bulletins. Some will be getting one out later this month, but also the SBR program overview, SBR certification and recertification. There's just a wealth of resources in the toolkit. Our previous trainings are here in the toolkit, along with links, the slide decks, along with links to the videos of the trainings, which this one will end up being in there as well. So in the toolkit, you're going to be able to access quite a bit. So please use the toolkit. It's definitely your friend. Great resource. So talking a little bit about best practices. Reports need to be submitted, and it was mentioned earlier, in Excel for importing, for MBE for importing into the database, but for us to be able to have them to calculate, to check what you've done. Combined data, we do combine this into other metrics. We use it to measure your success, our success across agencies. It also allows us to see trends. Another thing, timely data submissions and why. So we're at February 9th. Mid-year or second quarter reports were due January the 31st. As I said, about 50% of the reports are in. And for those who have not turned them in, when we are asked or we're trying to figure out where we are mid-year, we don't know if you've not shared the data with us. If you are having problems getting the data, if you need an extension, or you just, to help us understand where you are, please reach out to us. The quarterly reports have been our way, and has been the way of making sure that agencies don't get caught at the end of the year and don't have an annual report. This allows you to see where you are throughout the fiscal year. And it's a very, very valuable tool to be able to get not only to the annual report, but to see how you're doing and to make sure that you're on track. And if you're not on track, having the ability to turn things around before the fiscal year is over. This also allows us timely publication of the annual report that's due each year. And you guys, just so you know, you can access past year's annual reports on our website from the SBR toolkit, from all of the toolkits, really. The SBR toolkit, you'll see the report section, and you can analyze, see where you were and see how you've been doing along the way. As I mentioned, SBR report data is cumulative. The quarterly summary reports are due no more than 30 days following the fiscal quarter being reported and should contain data from the start of the fiscal year up to the end of the quarter being reported on. Now, we mentioned it, but we're just going to say it again. No fourth quarter report is due. Instead, when we get to the fourth quarter, the full fiscal year summary is what is due. The full fiscal year reported, that is what's due. And that template gets updated each year. We've got the old template, fiscal 22 is in there. That's going to be updated within the next month. So you'll have the annual report, FY23 annual report template there. And in terms of the SBR program, I say this, and I'm going to continue to repeat to the extent practicable, the objective of the Small Business Reserve Program is each procurement unit shall structure its procurement procedures to achieve the result that a minimum of 15% of the unit's total value of procurement for goods, supplies, services, maintenance, construction-related services, architectural services, and engineering services are expended directly with certified small businesses at the prime contract level. That's per COMAR 2111-0106, but also only those payments resulting from a procurement designated as a small business procurement at the time, at the outset, may be applied toward the procurement unit's overall small business reserve achievement. Important to note that because a number of agencies are paying SBR vendors. You paid an SBR vendor, and so we do collect that data, and we'll get into that in terms of how many SBR vendors are paid, but that 15% attainment goal is only based on procurements that were designated as SBR, awarded to a certified SBR, and then those payments are counted to an SBR that is certified throughout the term of the contract, hence the quarterly reporting. And so you can see throughout where a vendor is in terms of that. But very important, if you're not sure, reach out and ask, but it's just a little frustrating when we see the numbers, and vendors, I have to say, vendors are frustrated because they don't see or have the opportunity, small businesses, that is, minority business enterprises, veteran-owned small business enterprises, and other small businesses don't have the opportunity sometimes to compete against each other because they're competing against a pool of vendors when a procurement could have been designated as SBR, but was not. And many of you, most of you should know that, and that is also on our website, that the governor's executive order in the last administration was codified into law that procurements between $50,000 and $500,000 are automatically designated to the Small Business Reserve Program, unless there's a reason that they can't be, unless they are exempt for some reason. And so that process, we're not going to get into the weeds of that today, but most procurements, many more procurements are eligible for Small Business Reserve certification. The vendors know it, and we're really trying to work with them so that they engage, so that they get certified, and so that they are, let you know, get on your radars, that they are ready, willing, and able to compete for these contracts. We know that you have to have at least 3 available small businesses in order to designate a procurement, eligible procurement as Small Business Reserve. But those vendors don't have to be certified at the time of the bid. They have to be certified at the time of the award. And so you're looking not only at the EMA database, not only at the MBE database, and you're filtering EMA for veteran small businesses. You're looking at the SBA database and filtering. There are in the Office of State Procurement's procurement review guidelines and best practices, you're searching a number of databases and doing market research to find available small businesses that could get certified in the Small Business Reserve Program and participate in a procurement and be eligible for an award. Okay, so just don't want to beat that to death, but very, very important as we're looking at meeting the 15% attainment. So each designated procurement unit shall submit a report, Small Business Reserve Program, at the end of each fiscal year in a format to be determined by the governor's office. And we try to do that so that we can make it easier for you, but also get the data. The data that we're looking for, that is legislatively mandated, the total number and the dollar value of payments the unit made to a certified small business under contracts designated as small business reserve. That's that 15% that we're looking for. We collect that data. We also are collecting the data, the total number of dollar value payments made under procurement contracts to businesses that were not designated as small business reserve contracts, including purchase card payments. Though the non-designated payments to an SBR vendor under a non-designated contract do not count toward the 15%. However, we track that information because, well, number one, it's legislatively mandated that we track it. But it's important to see the activity that's going on out there, because there are times when a procurement, for a variety of reasons, cannot be designated as SBR. Maybe there are not enough small businesses available, but guess what? It's put out on the street and a small business actually wins that contract. We track that data, and we can use this also to inform the vendor community. Maybe when there are not enough vendors in the space, we can let them know these are areas that they can grow into, where there are opportunities. And so we do track that information, and really very, very important. Also, the total value of payments made under procurement contracts, and that's everything when we're looking at all procurement contracts. Other information required by our office, and that ends up being the quarterly report, because the annual report was mandated, and leadership, based on our experience and working with compliance managers and also some of you, determined that quarterly reports were necessary in order to get closer and begin to meet the 15% set aside. And so that is why we collect this data, and that's what legislative mandated to do. SBR units, accounting and finance departments, and this is for new folks as well, are responsible for processing the majority, if not all, of the requests for payment presented by contractors doing business with the state. Once the payment transactions are completed, the payment data required for SBR reporting must be extracted from the accounting system, which we talked about, from which the payments were made. Procurement departments are typically responsible for processing the contractor's awards and indicating whether an SBR award was designated or not. And this, in particular, speaks to agencies that are not FEMAS reporting agencies. We'll talk about that in a minute, because FEMAS reporting agencies, as we discussed, enter data into FEMAS. And from that, we get program reports that are available in Answers, and we heard from Mike and Jim earlier, to assist with SBR payment data captured and reporting. The SBR report preparers are advised to review these standard reports and work directly with procurement and accounting staff to ensure that all reportable contract payments are included in your agency's quarterly report. Sort of a little bit of a sidetrack, but for example, if you know that a vendor appeared on a SBR payment report and they're not flagged, they're not listed, and I'm going to get to that, then you can reach out to try to correct that. Reach out to us to see if the vendor was certified at that particular date, because you want to make sure that you can count every payment to every certified vendor. If it turns out that the vendor fell out of certification, that payment cannot be counted. However, if there was an error made, if there's a system issue, then that is different. What we are doing is working with vendors in our outreach events. When we have our tips webinars, we are letting vendors know that they need not just to get certified, but to remain certified in order for them to be counted. And what we say to them is, you are agency, you are their customers, and their customers are asking that they stay in certification. Yeah, it doesn't ding them per se if they are not certified. However, it harms the program. If we cannot count their participation, if their participation cannot be counted, then it really harms the program. And so we are doing everything we can unless and until there is some way that we can hold vendors accountable. We talk to them, and you all, many of you, as the liaisons and at the agency level, have an opportunity to stay in communication with vendors, and as a part of your outreach, as a part of any meetings that you're having with vendors, communication with your buyers, every way we can get to vendors to have them remain in certification, and letting them know many times they don't realize that they've fallen out of certification, unfortunately. And so helping them to understand that this certification is what allowed them to be on, to get this SBR award of a designated procurement. And so they need to stay in certification. They need to know what that certification looks like. My colleague Tanita talked about that, how to verify a certification of a vendor. And so very, very important. But as I said, vendors, small businesses have a whole lot going on. And so we've got to work with them and with each other to make sure that we can keep them in certification, because I have in the notes section in some of the reporting, we found that some liaisons have reported that some of their payments were low. They didn't capture as much of the designated spend because vendors fell out of certification. And so again, we want to note that, we want to work on that, very, very important. So the reports for the SBR program mentioned a little bit earlier, the 65-67 SBR payments report, the 68 SBR designated awards report, the 721 credit card report. You can use the A3 OSUSB SBR card report is optional. The 721 is preferred, but it is optional. So a note about credit card data, and I know it was mentioned a bit earlier, but we do strongly advise that liaisons, MBE, VSBE work together on the annual report. VSBE does not have the quarterly report, but work together to scrub the report. The purchases made from statewide contracts on SBR for SBR are included. Purchases made from statewide contracts are included in SBR reporting. Preferred provider award or payment, preferred provider awards and payments are excluded from SBR reporting. I'm going to get into that in just a little bit. Something else that is very, very helpful, BPW advisory, when we're talking about qualified expenditures and exclusions. Let me go ahead and get to this. Let's see if I can bring it up. And this will be great. And right now, I guess hopefully you guys can see this. We're looking at BPW advisory that specifically deals with the program, but can be used as a guide. And this is in the SBR toolkit. A link to this in the toolkit in terms of exclusions when you're talking about scrubbing. Included in the, like I said, in the SBR reporting toolkit. But we're looking at exclusions, things that would not be included in your denominator in overall spend for SBR would be where governing federal law or federal grant provisions conflict with the Small Business Reserve Program. The procurement is excluded from these requirements. Procurements from Maryland Correctional Enterprises, Blind Industries, and Services of Maryland, and the Employment Works Program per COMAR. Maryland vending facilities for the blind per COMAR are excluded from the SBR program. So the value of excluded procurements is not included in the procurement dollar base from which the SBR 15% reserve number is calculated. Very, very important, because you don't want to balloon your denominator and have your denominator included with items that shouldn't be in that. So, sorry about that. So just to reiterate that these items are excluded, and if you are scrubbing them from your 67 report, and I'll start with the 67 report, which is the payments report. That is through Answers, and went in earlier in terms of how to get that out of Answers, and how you're going to retrieve the reports, that everybody's got their login for that. But this is going to be your raw data, and I'm using using the raw data that contains all of the information, all of your agency spend, including SBR designated procurements. This SBR vendor flag here is SBR vendor, and then SBR procurement. I did it reverse. The SBR procurement is where this was a designated SBR procurement, and the SBR vendor flag here is where a vendor was actually paid. And you can see here that there were quite a number of procurements that went to SBRs that were not designated in terms of the SBR program. Again, variety of reasons why this would have happened, but this is where we're getting this information. This is raw. And so what we ask is that you include a tab, and I'm going right to our summary sheet, our Excel SBR summary, a report sheet. Now we have a template in the toolkit that you do not have to use all of the same tabs. You can label your tabs to suit yourself. We suggest these labels so that we can understand how you are scrubbing your work, what your numbers mean. For example, this tab, 67 scrubbed line 3, we've got the 67 raw data. That's the tab, that's the sheet that I just brought up. Then you've got your 67 scrubbed line 3. This is where you start to, and I'll pull it in. This is where the information from the scrubbed data is going to be entered into here, line 3, total procurement payments, not including credit cards. This is your total 67. Once it's scrubbed, goes into line 3, into this particular spreadsheet. And so when you have scrubbed line 4, please forgive me, but when you scrub line 4, let me go back one second. Like this. Line 3 is for total payments, everything that you've got once you've scrubbed it. Then your next line you're going to be looking at is line 4, and this is scrubbed. This agency has pulled out all of their, because line 4 is for your designated SBR spend, and we're going to show you that in just a second. But once you've scrubbed it, every Y indicator from the SBR procurement are designated spend, and the Ys in the SBR vendor table are for SBR vendors that were in certification at the time the report was prepared. I want to show. This data is, we created a separate tab that you can put your scrub data for lines 4 and 5, designated and non-designated, into a separate tab so that we can see how you got the data. There we go. I think one of mine is missing. Should have had line 4. I do apologize. But once you get line 4, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Here we go. Oh, I'm getting there. Line 5 is your scrubbed non-designated data. Okay? And that's where we're saying for this particular report preparer had put it in between 2 tabs, but you can put line 4 and line 5 in one tab as long as you detail that that's where you're going to place your data. When you get your total dollars paid to SBR contractors under a non-designated procurement, that's your line 5. That's what I was trying to get at. Then we get to line 6, which is total number of SBR contractors receiving awards and payments. Now, this has caused a little bit of confusion because this is, we're getting from the 68 report. We talked about the 68 report is an awards report. I'm having some technical issues here. The 68 is an awards report, and I'm going to correct that because we're looking for the total number of unique vendors that received an award or payment. So we look at the 68 report, and we also look at the 721 credit card report. We get the total number of unique vendors, and I think you can see this here, 55 unique vendors. We're asking that when you, and we call it the T factor, when you have scrub your 68 report, you want to list every vendor that received an award or payment within the time frame that we're talking about. You then remove the duplicates and give us the list, or give us the number of unique vendors that received awards and payments. And what's important about this is that we can look through, if you include the backup data, we'll be able to see the vendors that you're working with. Was it the same few vendors getting all of the work, or did it kind of spread out? This is really, really helpful as we're looking at the space in terms of what vendors were able to receive work and how you're doing. It also lets you see what's going on. Now, when we're looking at credit card reports, credit card payments, as we talked about, R-Stars View Direct answers 721 reports or directly from the USB monthly bank transaction statements. Each credit card administrator should have access. When we obtaining this information is important by using either the bank statements, FEMA's View Direct, which we talked about, all non-reportable exempt items, which we talked about in terms of the GAD list, such as employee travel expenses, preferred providers, the scrubbing of the 721 report, very, very important. And we talked about working together with other liaisons, MBE or VSBE, using the excludable list from the SBR advisory, as well as the GAD exclusions to make sure you've subtracted payments that shouldn't be reported. And showing your scrub is very important in terms of being able to make sure that your denominator in terms of credit cards is not inflated. Again, if you're taking out the things that should not be included, we get a more accurate view of what spend you did do with small businesses. This. So your total credit card payments, once you have scrubbed, and that's your 7P card line 1 here. You can have a tab for that here. Total credit card payments you would list here in line 1. Your next are going to be scrubbing in terms of credit card payments that were made to SBR vendors. That is going to go in line 2. So you're manually putting in this data in the in lines 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we've gone over that. Once you've included the total credit card payments, the total credit card payments to SBR contractors, the total procurement payments, not including credit cards. This is just your denominator of all eligible spend. Total dollars paid to SBR contractors under designated SBR procurement. That spend, that's from your 67 report. And that's why the importance of the tabs. Total dollars paid to SBR contractors under a non-designated procurement. Again, that's when the arrow, the indicator, you made a payment to an SBR contractor, but it was not designated at the time that the procurement was secured. That number goes there. We do collect that data as well. The total number of SBR contractors receiving awards and payments. Again, this is not a dollar amount. This is the unique number of SBR vendors that your agency has made an award or payment to during the time captured. And when we're looking at the quarterly report, it starts July 1, and then you're entering in the date ending the quarter that is currently being reported. We just finished quarter 2, which is mid-year. And so now you should be working on getting ready to work on quarter 3. Once you enter all of the rest of this data in, you do not have to calculate anything in lines 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. The sheet, the Excel, the formulas are going to calculate the total designated SBR procurement payments, which is, again, your designated number. Total SBR procurement payments, which is those that are non-designated as well as designated. Total procurement payments, lines 1 and 3, which is going to be everything, even including credit cards. And then the percentage of all designated payments that you made during the quarter. That's going to give you, this is going to be the number toward your 15%. And we want to see that number continue to go up. The percentage of all payments made to SBRs, We collect that data because we can see when money is going to SBRs, that they're out there, but contracts are not being designated. So that number, you're still legislatively mandated to collect, but it does not go toward your 15%. We're able to see it. And sometimes it helps the small business vendors to know that there is some work out there. Currently, quarterly reports do not have to be signed. That could change. Annual reports must be signed. And we went back and forth with some agencies to make sure that they got signed this last fiscal year. Currently, quarterly reports do not have to be signed. If you get them signed, that's terrific, but they do not have to be signed. We do, however, want you to use the notes section of the template. It's just below here to explain if you've not reached the 15% set aside in a quarter, just tell us what's going on. Let us know what's happening. And the communication is very, very helpful because this is what allows us to improve the space, to know, is it reasonable or is it not in terms of that? Because we have a legislatively mandated 15%, and when we don't get there, we have to explain why. So when we're talking about the non-FEMAS agencies, everything we've been talking about mainly has been about FEMAS agencies, but the 11 universities, campuses, and all other non-FEMAS units, you've got to submit your system-generated reports from your respective financial systems, along with any other system documentation. And we discussed earlier that we need the backup from everybody. We would prefer if you could one Excel sheet and tabs as opposed to multiple documents that you're sending that it's very difficult to get through. So the more consolidated, the easier it is for us to get through, the better it is for you as well. All backup data and documentation submitted in Excel format. When able, we mentioned that there are some credit card reports that are in PDF version, and those are the ones we'd like for you to summarize so that we can understand and not go through, impossible to go through 30, 40 or more pages of PDFs of credit card reports. So if you can summarize those in an Excel tab, that's going to be really helpful. That way we know where your numbers are coming from. We talked about this. You know, when you're talking about your data, when you get the raw data from the 67 report or from one of your reports, in particular those that are non-FEMAS answers agencies where your reports are generated from other systems, the best way, and I think Karen mentioned it earlier, is to highlight your data in various colors to indicate changes. We have an example in the toolkit of a sample agency where yellow indicates that items are being excluded and blue indicates that they're being added back in. That's a personal choice. You can decide your system, but explain it to us because we get reports that are not color-coded, are not totaled, just spreadsheets. And then when we get to the summary sheet, we do not have an understanding of how you got to your number. And it is very, very difficult to decipher that kind of reporting. So as much as you can to be able to give us the backup data, and maybe this hadn't been clear in the past, that one Excel spreadsheet, multiple tabs, label your tabs, give us notes. The more you do that, actually the better quality reporting you're going to do because it's right there in one bucket for you to be able to see it. And if you can't explain to us what you have presented, but this is going to be the fastest way, most efficient way to be able to get through this. So I am going to take some questions before and see if any of you guys have questions about the SBR reports in terms of whether it is how you're submitting them, anything. We've gone through. I see a hand go up. No. Okay. Well, hopefully, if you have any additional questions, please put them in the chat. If they're agency specific and you know there's going to be too long to get through in a chat, reach out to us. You can reach myself or my colleague, Tanita Johnson here. We're definitely including information. You'll get our slide decks as well as the recording. But please reach out if you have any questions, because we've seen growth in many of the agencies. Many of you participating agencies have been, if not meeting the 15%, you're trending in the right way, and you're trending up. You're spending more in terms of your designated spend is going up. So if there's anything that we can do to work with you on that, let us know. And if there's something in terms of the reporting that you don't understand, please reach out. We are available for one-on-ones. If we get multiple, then sometimes we may do small group meetings, but we definitely want to be able to answer your questions, and hopefully, given the information you got about answers, about scrubbing, about the different reports of the SBR, that you'll have a little more clarity, a little more information to be able to move forward. So I am going to stop right here. And I do see, here we go. Is HB 646 on the radar, or is there any information on it? And I'm going to ask, I'm a little amiss about HB 646. Is any of my colleagues aware of HB 646? Maybe not. The person, oh, Shonda, would you unmute your mic and ask about that? What is 646?
Sure. Hi, Lisa. Hi, everybody. It was just brought to my attention actually this morning. It's what I gather from it. It basically covers MBE, and it says small business enterprise, which is not SBR, but it's basically speaking to a requirement for each unit to publish annually a procurement forecast, and certain other aspects of it that speaks to outreach, and it's tying everything to employee performance. Like, I guess, like if you're not meeting the goal, then perhaps there's going to be some employee performance measure in place.
Mm-hmm. And you said it just hit today. That's why we're not aware of it.
It says it was introduced on February 6th. So I'm just not sure if it crossed you guys' desk yet.
I know our office is actively reviewing the legislation as it's coming out. So we have probably, had someone look at it. We, as far as us dealing with it or responding to it, we'll respond as necessary to it or about it. But yeah, so our office is actively tracking all of that.
It's relevant to the space, just that particular one.
Yeah.
Did you want me? I could put it in the chat if you wanted, or not.
Oh,
you can, but that's just one of many. It's several out there.
I'm sure.
Someone else asked if there's no improvement toward meeting the goal. 32 over 3 consecutive fiscal years shall have their employment with. Oh, okay. So that's what you were putting in. You're putting in the details of the legislation. So it affects procurement office position based on MBE performance. So again, we'll be tracking it. That is not something that we've submitted. So we'll be tracking it. Thank you, Shonda, and thank you, Amanda, for that. Just pasted it go. No, you pasted it as good as you could, Amanda. No problem in terms of that. Thank you for putting it on our specific radar, but as Nichelle said, our office is tracking them, but there's a lot there's some things out there, and there are probably going to be more out there, just based on the commitment to the space makes a lot of legislators very interested in trying to improve it. We just need to work together to make sure that's what actually happens.
So for anyone in the room who is new, I am Nichelle Johnson. I'm one of the MBE compliance managers with the Governor's Office of Small Minority and Women Business Affairs. And so I'm going to be talking about some MBE specific reporting information and other information we'll be sharing with you. And later on, excuse me, in this presentation, I'll be joined again by Karen Reyes to kind of finish out our portion of the presentation. So today we are going to look at MBE reporting requirements, data scrubbing specific to the MBE program, report preparation, data accuracy, a new cheat sheet that we're developing to help you all in your reporting, as well as the new compliance assessment. We're just going to talk a bit about that. And hopefully you all have seen this document, but if you haven't, we'll relay how to get that document if you don't have it currently, so that you can prepare for reporting for the end of the fiscal year. And then some announcements and reminders. So, MBE reporting requirements. Our reporting requirements are actually found in COMAR 21110317. And as we previously discussed, our office receives quarterly and annual MBE procurement reports. And at both times, quarterly and annual backup data should be submitted. The reports, and I know we shared all the mailboxes earlier, but these reports specifically do go to the MBE reports.gospa@maryland.gov mailbox. Some other reporting requirements for our office include waiver determinations as they're made. Also, our office gets a copy of the annual waiver report that is submitted to BPW. We also get copies of MBE form amendments, the liaison's consent, and the agency head's approval. We get a copy of that. And we should also be receiving PRG paperwork for solicitations that are $25 million and over. And just a note, because COMAR 21110317C talks about the fact that there may be other reports and requirements that our office may request from you, and you're also directed to submit that information. A good example of this is the recent surveys that we have been carrying out. So that's a example of something that's not normal, but it may become normal, we don't know. But yeah, so we can often request information from you that's not on our kind of list of things that we already require. So we are really going to jump right into it because Karen did that great general presentation earlier that was discussing you know, all of the requirements that are similar across all three programs. So we're going to jump into talking about our specific reports for the MBE program. And that wonderful presentation by Do It was a precursor for this. So I thank Do It for that, Mike and Jim. So we're going to take a look at the reports that are actually listed here, which is the 709, 710, the 711, the 717, 718, 719 to 720, and the 721. So those are all the reports that you will be working with for the MBE program to prepare your quarterly and annual report data. When you do go into answers, of course, you need to log in. I'm actually going to show you that screen. So this is where you log into answers. The information that we got from Do It earlier today, we'll have the link in it, and we'll provide that along with all the other slide decks and information from today's presentation. So hopefully all of you are familiar, but we may have some new people who may have done this for the first time or haven't even started yet and are trying to figure it all out. So this is where you get your data from. You do have to set up an actual account. So if you don't have one, you click right here where it says create your account.
Michelle, we are only seeing your PowerPoint presentation, not the answer screen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Look, thank you. Stop me early. I think I might have only been sharing that one screen so you guys could see it. So let me reshare my entire screen so you'll see whatever I pull up there. So let's try that.
There you go.
All right, awesome. Yes, we were talking about our lovely technical difficulties and things that we had today, but this is just user error right now. Okay, so yeah, so here you would create your account if you are, if you haven't been in Answers before, using your state email. And once you actually log in, this is the screen you would be presented with so that you could begin pulling reports. As you can see, those reports that I was mentioning and some of the ones that Mike talked about earlier are listed here. So here's the 709, the 710, the 711, and then you can click the second set to get the 717, 18 under MBE payment, and it has the report numbers listed. 19, 20, 21, and 20. Well, 20, we don't really use 22, but you may use it personally for information at your organization. So those are all of the reports. When you are pulling a report, it's fairly simple. You just click on, so for instance, we'll do the 709. And we're just going to take a look at the options. You just go in, you click your agency, so you can search for your agency and click what you need. Your agency is your agency, so I would assume that you're never really looking at anyone else's agencies. But just in case you had something else checked here, you can just click here to clear your check boxes. And that way you actually are able to go in, click on your organization, and go ahead and search. This is where you choose your dates. As you can see, they're kind of set for the last completed fiscal year. And I don't know if they're always set like this, but this is how mine is currently set. But you don't even have to do the dates if you don't want to. You could just do previous fiscal year. If you click it, this is the prior fiscal year. And as you see, the dates change. So you can click the presets if you want to do that. They also have fiscal year to date, which would be like great for quarterly reporting, but you may have to change this, and year to date. So those are some of the options that you have. So you just want to always make sure your dates are correct. And then you click Run Report. This is really how all of the reports are kind of set up. Now, for those of you who heard that question from Alan earlier in reference to the veteran data, I'll get to the right report. In some of the reports, you will have to click to change the report type. And that is the MBE vet for the VSBE data, if that's what you're pulling. And then they have this PRE, which is for the preferred providers. So, and it has all the other options. So just wanted to point that out. And the only other thing that I will really point out is with the 721. Karen talked about this earlier. And here's that CPC option that you need to make sure is checked when you're running your reports. And you can get the entire year's data, because we see people still pulling month by month, but we've checked it with several different agencies' data, and the data is always the same, whether you do pull them month by month or you pull the entire year, and make sure you check CPC to do that. So just make sure you're remembering that. So yes, so that is kind of how Answers works. When you do get the reports, once the report comes up, I'm just going to select like a random agency and do run report. This is where you click to export the data out to Excel. You don't want to click print, because that's actually how you're going to get a PDF, or you could just print it like it would print to a printer. So if you click to print, it would ask you, do you want to print to PDF, or do you want to print to an actual printer? And you could do that. But for our purposes, we always use the Excel, because of course you need to turn the data in Excel. So just need to remember that. So that's kind of all the things that I wanted to point out in Answers. And I'll just go back to the presentation. So once you pull all of your data, which again, this is what we were looking at, all of the data that we utilize for the MBE report. And just to note, the 711 is for waiver data only. You should not be using 711 data to actually report to us. But you use it for waiver data only. And of course, you can kind of use it to check off your summary totals. But you know, of course, you may be scrubbing data out. You may be doing other things. So that's not really usable information. So, but it is for the waiver data, if you're able to use that. So if you're not an Answers reporting agency, for instance, the agencies that use IFEMIS or other reporting systems like Workday, PeopleSoft, some other systems, then these are the expected reports. These are the backup data reports that we're expecting to see from you, which includes change orders. And I just did kind of a crosswalk to say this similar to whatever Answers report, but this is the information. So change orders, the awards for POs, BPOs, subcontractor awards, subcontractor payments, voucher payments on a PO, BPO, direct vouchers, and credit cards or CPC. So that's all the data that you will be looking to send us, even if you are not an Answers agency. This is our cheat sheet, which is actually in the manual, that kind of shows, and you may see this a couple more times a day, but this actually shows what is needed to report for the MBE report. So this is all the data that you need for awards, which is 5 different reports, and includes the 709, 710, 717, 720, and 721, and then what you need for payments. So there's several different reports that you need. Now we're going to look at scrubbing MBE specific data. Just some reminders that we want to talk about with that. Exclusions should be identified by either moving them to another tab or separating. We learned about the color blocking, or we talked about that a little earlier, and separating them out. adding in anything that's necessary, identifying the data, and this is a lot of things that we talked about. We're going to talk briefly about like negative numbers and why we ask you not to include them in your data. And then always make sure the MBE classifications are actually formatted as they're required for either the contract inventory, which the contract inventory has a drop down. So if you're not sure how they should be formatted, you should be utilizing the drop down to make sure. And then the Form 3 submissions, those MBE classification requirements are actually listed on the instructions tab. We kind of already talked about this, that data which is only available by PDF should be accompanied with an Excel summary sheet that shows whatever the final totals are. Also, when you're scrubbing, you're reviewing data for those GAD list exclusions, preferred providers, taking out nonprofits. For us, statewide contracts for the MBE report, statewide contracts from awards, you will be removing that from the award data. And this applies to most agencies. Agency like DGS would not be doing that, but other agencies would be. Also, there are some other kind of caveats where some agencies order independently from places like Rudolph's. And so if you do, you may want to identify that in your data so that we don't kind of come back and question you about it. And also non-delegated contracts. So those are all the things that you will be looking to remove. You will be looking to include any contracts that somehow didn't make it in the answers due to maybe late award of those contracts in perhaps June, and any other items that your agency is aware of that need to be added for whatever reason. So we're just going to take a quick look at some of the things as you're scrubbing data. So we're gonna do a walkthrough. We're gonna actually look at this data, and hopefully my screen changes over this time. When I change, so it should be an Excel document that's showing now for everybody. I think it is.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so for awards, one of the reports, as we mentioned, is the change order to 709. So what we did, we created sample data, if you want to call it that, from the Office or Department of Scrubbing. And so the Department of Scrubbing has, only one change order, which is fine. So we don't need to do much, but we can make note of the fact that, oh, hey, this is an MBE. We see it identified, and we see the change order amount listed here. So that's the information that, you would need as you're going along in your reporting process. So nothing much to do here. And it would be fabulous if all reports look like this. We know they don't. So on to one that has a little more data in it. So this is the raw data for the 710, which is the contract awards, PO-BPO. And so this has a little more information. We see there are several vendors here that may need to be excluded, these preferred providers here. So we have to take note of that. Also, we have, as you can see here in the data, looks about 4 MBEs that we'll be kind of looking at that and making sure that there's nothing else that we need to exclude. So once that data is scrubbed, and you guys saw this briefly earlier as Karen was going through some explanation, but I wanted to bring out a couple of points here. So I know you heard her talking about, the pivot tables, which can kind of help you if your data is not, it can help you from making mistakes in your data when you're kind of sorting and summarizing this information, right? So we see the table here that was created from the data, and we see the exclusions are now pulled down here. So you see, and hopefully you guys can see this well, but I'll highlight it just in case you cannot, but you see all of the preferred providers are down there. Again, we still have 4, looks like MBEs that are in that data. And so we're going to look at the next tab to kind of look. So we did some color blocking where we've highlighted the MBEs. But if you look down at our chart, for instance, this MBE is highlighted, but down in our chart, it's saying, no, that's not an MBE. So we made a mistake. But if you do use, and then also there's actually another one here. This is an error because it actually contains a non-MBE. So maybe when we were, you know, putting our numbers together, we selected the wrong thing or, you know, whatever. So whatever the error is, it can kind of be avoided if you do use something automated like a pivot table. So for those of you who are listening to Karen earlier, she was talking about the pivot table and all of the information. So I won't go through that again. But what I will say is we were discussing the fact that you could refresh your pivot table. So I wanted to revisit that because we were talking it out, like why didn't that work earlier. And so the pivot table, once you start making formatting changes to it, may not work. The refresh may not work well for that. So we recreated the pivot table right here. And as you see, if we go up here and change this figure, so this is good in case you have to make adjustments in your information. If you go up here and change this to $60,000, and we see in our original pivot table was 50,000. And then our new one, it had a total that I had before, but we'll go ahead and refresh this table. And you see it did change. So that is how that works. So you do want to be mindful of that if you've already kind of configured and color blocked your pivot table, that you may just have to do a recreation really quickly. And you see that took all of a couple of minutes. So it did not take a long time. So just keep that in mind. But so we'll keep on moving forward with that data. And so we have our totals here, and we're actually going to change that back to 50,000 so that everything kind of stays consistent. Refresh that again. And then we're going to be utilizing this to do our reporting. Next, the 7-Eleven. Because you may have scrubbed, you may have had a lot of stuff going on. We're not really utilizing this data, but we are looking to say, hey, did we have any waivers? And then you may know this information internally anyway. So this, you know, you may not need this report to confirm that. But, you know, that's what you're looking at with the 7-Eleven. So the next thing, let me get back to the backup data that we want to look at is the 717. The 717 raw data, we can kind of quickly see, oh, hey, there's only one MBE in here, and that happens to be Rudolph. So as we mentioned earlier, when you have Rudolphs in your data, and it's a statewide contract, you definitely are going to end up excluding that from your awards only. So we're going to show that on the next screen, but also wanted to kind of come over here and you see it's it's a bunch of items that are actually excluded that actually show up on the GAD list, such as grants or I think I saw utilities, fuel, all that sort of stuff is in here. So we're taking note of all of that as well. So when we scrub, we had quite a bit that got scrubbed out. Reimbursements, different things kind of got scrubbed out of the data. And so that is all here. Then up here, since we had several transactions, we went ahead and just totaled this, and we'll use this information later for our reporting. Also, we pulled aside the amount that will be excluded from awards, but included for our payments. And this is an MBE, and of course, this is statewide. So just make note of that. And we just want you guys to kind of see like how color blocking, kind of everything, the pivot tables, everything is kind of coming in, doing your totals within the page. So, you know, that you can identify the information and we can also identify the information quickly. The next thing is now that was it for, and actually, no, that's not it. Sorry. We're going to skip down to the 2021. So because this is all awards data that we were looking at. So this is the last report for awards for prime contractors. And then we're going to look at the report for subcontractors. So we see here again, we have a bunch of exclusions. We have some Staples, RGH, Rudolph's. For many of you who may not know, Staples and RGH is basically the same thing. So when you see the Staples, if it has this, you know, information that is just like RGH's, it's the same vendor. They have some sort of worked out Staples agreement. I don't even want to get into that. We're actually going to go through negative numbers in a part of the data, and I think it's in here. Yeah, it is. So your question was right on time. So yeah, so we noticed, you know, all of that. We see we have some other MBEs that, you know, may be included. And so we take note of that. So when we go to the scrubbed, I kind of lighten this up so you can see the red, but this was also red at one point. So you see the scrub. So in the scrubbed, you have, you know, again, the statewide that are excluded for awards, right? But they're still included for payments. Then you have just your normal exclusions down here, which, you know, as we know, like postage and all of that. But you'll see that the negative numbers are down here as well. So this is only a suggestion from us. But what we did is we actually put notes in. So again, this helps us and you in case someone has to go back maybe behind you, or you may have to go back, because I know I'm not the only one who forgets what I did. So I know this is not an unusual thing. So when you're, you know, dealing with a lot of data. So because of that, we made notes for ourselves to say, well, what did we do here? Why is this? Because that's not in our raw data. So as you can see, the note says, or I hope you can see it. So Karen came in, she said, oh, this total was subtracted to get this amount from the vendor. And it was different from the raw data, right? And I just added in the actual amounts that we kind of subtracted here. So you see my note saying I subtracted one transaction, 539, subtracted the negative that we had out to get a total. We know This is why you include your raw data, okay? Because we know, like, from an accounting standpoint, this is a no-no. So I'm just going to say that right there. But what we're saying to do is to absorb the negative number, because our databases, sometimes they turn negative numbers positive and other weird things happen. So instead of including the negative numbers, and then you also may have a negative number that is not even attached to anything. So say, for instance, and I actually saw this in a report recently. I think the vendor was a Better Laser cartridge, and they had a negative number in there. It was like negative $230 or whatever. Well, there was no complementing transaction. It was just that one negative, and we know the negatives are chargebacks because we normally see them in the credit card data. But with that, we're saying absorb the chargeback into the totals that are there so that you're not reporting an actual negative number. And if it's for a vendor who only has a negative transaction, you just need to remove that because it's nothing that it's going against. You're just going to decrease your totals, which it really shouldn't be decreased because you should be reporting the payments and not chargebacks. So hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Amanda said that makes sense to her. Great. Okay. So yeah, so we put those kind of notes in here. So we did it twice for these two negatives. And so that's that. So that's all for the prime contractor award. So we kind of have our data set for when it's time to do reports. So I'm going to go back to the screen for just a second. So now we're going to do the subcontractor awards, which is our 720. So we're just to make it easy on our mind, we're doing all of our award data all at the same time. So we're going to come back in and we're going to look at that 720. The 720 is kind of similar to our 709. It's only one transaction on here. Some of you may come here and it's nothing, like you pulled it and it's empty. So, okay, then, excuse me, you're not reporting anything for subcontractor awards. But this has one item. So again, we really didn't need to do any color blocking, nothing major because it's only one transaction. We just pulled it down here to say, hey, this is going to go on the form 2. So it's just sitting there waiting for us to come back and kind of grab that number or verify it or whatever. So that one's kind of, really simple. So the next one that we would actually be looking at is the payment that, and oh, sorry, my slide. I'll fix my slide before you all get this, and I'll make sure that says payment. But for the prime payment data, so as Mike was kind of explaining earlier about the data that should be showing up on the 718 and what it's to be kind of used for here. This is for voucher payments, whether it's a voucher on a PO or a direct voucher against a BPO, whichever would show up on the 718 report and would be reported as payments. Just a note, remember to organize data because it's the 718 report, but then it's also the 717 and the 721, which we've already kind of looked at and isolated the payment data that we're going to be using. So we're not going to go back through those, but we are going to take a look at the 718. But just a reminder that like we did, remember to kind of organize what is actually going into your payments. So again, we're going to kind of come out and go back to our payment data. And so we're going to go to the 718. That is the raw data. As you can see quickly, again, you can identify, there are a couple of MBEs listed here, some non-MBEs. And we're going to talk about why that for us for MBE reporting why the non-MBEs may or may not matter. And so we're going to look at this scrub document. So you can see quickly we've highlighted 3 lines. Is because, again, we had those 2 payments. We've determined they should be included. And so we have those highlighted with the amounts showing and everything. And we actually even did a total here. Then here you have a non-MBE. So this is not an MBE, but the reason why that vendor happens to be important is because, remember, we had that one subcontract. Well, this is the prime that is over that sub. So that sub is on this prime's contract. So we already know, hey, we're including this in Form 3-2 because to report the payment data, because we know we have a sub that had payments that matches that. So we're just making note. Now we know if you had 15,000 lines of data, I'm just being extra when I say that. Maybe we have 300 lines of data. You know, this is more difficult to do, but if you take an extra few minutes to, identify those vendors that you may need to pull out, and they, you know, that you need to pull out in order to report their information on the Form 3, then it's going to help you in the end. So you just make sure that you're looking at that and make sure you're identifying those vendors so you can have that match up when you go to fill in your Form 3. So that's the 718. So that is for prime payment data. And again, we already looked at the 717, 721 and identified that. The next thing, we're going to look at payments for subcontractors. And so that's the 719 or subcontractor payment. So if you're a non-famous agency, you could just turn in a report that says subcontractor payments. We'll know what it is. And so we're going to look at that. So that was, again, the 719. And remember, we did only have that one loan. And this data is not always going to match up. You may have a couple of MBE subcontracts that are on a 720, but you may have a bunch of different payments. So for MBE payments, it may be of quite a few lines on here. But we had this one contract where, you know, everything was kind of done within the one year. It was done pretty quickly. And so this award and payment occurred in the same fiscal year. That does not always happen. But we have this one here, and we are going to just make note of the amount. We already know, you know, that this is going to go in our Form 3 under that prime contractor. So we don't have much to do here as well. So that's basically it for the data. As far as, you know, you completing the data. So that's the scrubbing, you guys. That's it. Yes, we know we used a small amount of data compared to some agencies, but that is the process. So then for the final award preparation, we always suggest, again, and you see how all the tabs are in this one worksheet, and we just kind of been flipping through them all. This is super convenient for me. You all, I don't know how you feel about it, but I think it makes it easy. We decided to do a summary tab just so that all this data can end up in one place and we don't even have to flip through all these tabs. So we did a summary where we just came back and said, okay, this is all my Form 1 totals that I'm going to enter in directly, which we'll go look at that in a moment, in Form 1 in that yellow area. You know, yes, this data has to be, we're just trying to get the total here, but yes, this data has to be entered in according to how our pivot table was kind of formatted. And so we know that is going to go in like that. But also we have this information as far as the direct vouchers, the credit cards. So these are all our totals, and this is what we should see on our Form 1. And we're actually going to talk about that as we get a little further along. Then we see, hey, this is all the information from, you know, the 709, the 710, the 721. We actually did not have any reportable MBE awards on the 717. If you remember, it was only that one for Rudolph's, and that's statewide, so it wasn't reportable. So there's nothing, no entry here for direct vouchers. And then we had that one little subcontract award. So all the data is totaled here so that we can have a quick view of if we got our information correct. So everything's kind of listed here. So this is just a handy summary for you to utilize. So wanted to talk here, since we've looked at scrubbing the data, because scrubbing the data, whether you're doing the quarterly or the annual, the principles are the same, right? So when you look at the quarterly report, because we know those are due as well, you're still using that same format that looks similar to the form, the annual Form 1, Form 2. We're going to look at it in a moment. There's only one difference, which is that payment table. So I know a lot of you are super grateful that you do not have to worry about Form 3 and contracts inventory during the quarterly reports, which is great. The quarterly template is always found in the MBE reporting toolkit. And you pull that data or from answers or your internal records, just like we just did. Again, no Form 3, same general rules as the annual, except that payment table. So yes, this again, look through this cheat sheet, talks about all the things that we kind of went over, but just as like a reminder when you're going through that quarterly as well. And so this is how your quarterly template looks. It's cumulative, so whatever quarter you're reporting for, you're reporting from the beginning of the fiscal year to the end of that quarter. And so you put that information in there. This is how it looks. Here's the payment table. And so this is what you would be turning in, and then this is the Form 1 to that. So that was the Form 2 tab we were looking at before. So yeah, you know, the yellow is where you put in all your information. When you are saving your data, we did talk about naming conventions, so we wanted to give you a look at some of them. So you want to make sure that you are really making it identifiable what your reports are. We get reports with all sorts of names, and sometimes it's a struggle to figure out which one has which data, and you know, just that everything isn't really identified well. So please take into account the kind of tools that we offered you guys today to maybe help make that a little easier for yourself and us. But this is kind of how we would expect your reports to be named. As you know, the contracts inventory, the Form 3 data template, the annual report, and the summary statement actually are already named, but you can do things like add your office name on. So that, you know, in case something gets lost and shuffled, we know that's your data. And then the backup data, whatever that name is, should be very clear that that is your backup data. And then consider consolidating with all the tabs in the one worksheet like we discussed. So we're going to go through some performance, some checks and balances on your data. but we're going to look at all of our reports really quickly as well. So we're going to look at the Form 1, 2. So as you remember, when we were looking at kind of like the summary already told us that this would be the total of our, so we kind of know we're already on, but of course we broke it down for the Form 1. This is where you're entering your data by hand. You're just entering right in here. For this area that's blue, that's actually being fed by these tables on Form 2. So we always advise that you kind of come in and do your Form 2 first. So for the subcontract table, here's that one loan subcontract for $1,000 that we have here. And so it's saying, oh, hey, that's in IT supplies and equipment for an Asian American. So we're just going to go back and take a quick look at our backup data for the 720 and confirm, is that true? We're just looking. So this is an Asian American. It does say ITW, but I'm going to go back and check something because I think that should actually be something else and it may have gotten mixed up. So if you go back and look at your 710 and look for landscaping pros, it's actually under CRS. And that probably makes sense for landscaping, right? So we're going to update that. And then we're going to fix it in our Form 2. So we're going to go back to our Form 2, and now we're going to make sure that that total is in construction-related services. And we're going to zero it out down here. So now that's in the right place. And then we have our MBE totals. We already know that we have the total here, 113,588. We entered in all of our contracts here, the maintenance contracts, our credit card data. We had that one for credit card, which was the tree growers. And then, so you basically check your totals to kind of make sure, do I have everything? And once you finish entering in, and as you see here, remember we had no direct vouchers, so it's nothing down here. Then you can kind of come over here and look and see, hey, where is this information? And you guys don't get us, we already know that it would probably not be a subcontractor under a contract for $3,000, but this is sample data. Remember, this is sample data. And so, yes, so we're looking through this. We're saying, okay, great. I'm getting the same, amounts here. I'm getting the same areas here. And we can kind of look at our pivot table in the 710. And then we had the one change order. So we kind of know, I'm looking at the one that's already kind of highlighted. We kind of knew what our totals were. And then of course we had the change order, which was $9,000. $945. So as our summary already told us, that was going to come out to $113,588. And so you would just want to make sure everything is in the correct categories, that everything looks good as far as your totals here. So everything's kind of matching up. Now, if you guys see an error, you let me know. Because this is what we do. When we're checking your reports, we're kind of looking to say, does everything match up? And so that is one report. The next one would be for awards is the contract inventory. And we will be looking to kind of make sure that all of that is on here. So that's the change order. And then here's the data from the form, or sorry, not form, but from the 710. So this is a change order, 710 data here and here, and then the credit card. So all of this data is kind of parsed out. We see the tree growers. That doesn't look right. So let's check that. And we kind of built in some weird stuff that we could say, hey, you know, when this is a lot of data. So when you're looking through your data, just checking over everything, you may occasionally find like these weird little clerical errors. And you may be saying, that looks weird. That doesn't seem right. Let me go check that. This is why we say you should definitely make sure that you kind of really identify your data well, so that in case you have to go back. So I'm trying to go off what I remember. I believe tree growers was it in year 7? Looking.
It was the credit cards, Michelle. It's it.
Oh, go ahead. Okay. I think that's where. Oh no, I was in the 718 just now. Thank you. So tree growers, here it is, and yeah, that's there. So we don't know why that number was just all zeroed out, but it's 11,000. I have no idea if that's a real like MBE number. So here we just making sure that everything is right. Again, our one lonely sub is listed here. So you just want to make sure this matches your Form 2 totals. So your Form 2 prime total, we see it's a $113,587.68, and we know we round up. So that does match our Form 2 total for primes. And then, I mean, we couldn't be that much off if we only have one contract. So we know this matches because it was $1,000. So everything kind of matches up with our Form 1 and 2. So we're saying, okay, great. So you can finalize that data. And then the last, well, not the last thing, but the last thing you're looking at is the payment data. So we're looking, we see we do have our statewides are listed in here. We do have our one prime non-minority that had an MBE on their contract, and then our other 2 MBE contract payments that we had. So they're all listed here. And then there's our tree growers right here. So they're all listed, and then the sub is listed. So you're just making sure, because remember we talked about how that contract was finished within the same fiscal year. So the payment as well as the award happen to get reported here. So we do always ask that the ID number matches up with the sub and the primes that are on their contracts. So for this particular contract, we know there's the one prime, and we gave it an ID of P1, which I'm guessing means prime number one. I don't know. But anyway, it also matches here because that's their prime. So these ID numbers have to match up. The reason why is because when you are doing Form 3 data, you can actually, so we were talking about the awards and everything that goes into that. And then when you're doing Form 3 data, you have that option whether you're going to do manual entry, which is you actually going in and entering the contract, or if you're going to do the import method, which is when you would utilize that spreadsheet we were just looking at, which is called the Form 3 data template that's here. If you use this, you can use the import method to get your data into Form 3. If not, and you choose manual entry, you yourself have to actually go in to the Form 3, log in for your agency, and actually go into your working data to go ahead and update your data. And so, and then of course you will be deleting anything old. So if it's something old, okay, I was gonna say, I don't know why my poor computer is moving quickly. So if it's something old, you would click in the old data. You don't really need any of this. Like if it was no payments on this particular data during the fiscal year, we know that's not true for this one because this is a new one. You would just delete that. You would delete record right here. And then if you needed to add data, you could do add new contract, add the data in. So for instance, like Landscape Pros, you could click add new data, and then you could just go ahead and add all of the information in for them. And then once you do have, I'm actually going to go back to the one we had, or just happen to see up there. If you are, once you enter them in and kind of save that, then you have the option to add subcontractors. And when you click that, you enter in all of the data here, and then you click save. So that's the manual version of it. And then no matter which version, well, actually, before I say that, let me show you the import. If you're doing import, you would come again under working data, click import contracts, and you would actually, like for you, your agency should already come up in this box, so you shouldn't have to do anything here. But you would just click select the file to upload, and then you would actually go to that Form 3 that you have, and you would go ahead, select that, and choose import Excel, and you would get like a pop-up or on the page that says it's been successfully imported. So no matter which method you choose, once you do that, you actually go in to your agency tab. You wouldn't have all of these options that we have, but you would at least have these options here, and the reports option, you would have some items there. But you would click submit data. You would select the fiscal year if it just didn't happen to be already there. So as you can see for this agency, they submitted their data already, and it tells you. So once you submit, you can't resubmit. You have to call us and we'll help you with that. But that's how you go through submitting your data. And you would click this submit data as grayed out because you can't. But that is what you would go through to do that. And then The last thing you would do, which I kind of have up here for the awards and the contracts, is your summary. So you would enter all of the data, and we kind of identified what goes on every line here. So this is what you would be doing once you completed everything. So once you have done all of that, you have your contracts inventory filled out, your form 1 filled out, your form 3 filled out. Then you come and your summary statement. And just, as a reminder, I'll just bring it. This is the summary statement. You have to make sure it matches all of your data that you have already in your reports. Some data, which is on those tabs that I showed you, comes from the form 1, and then other data comes from the form 3. So those are the 2 areas you would be looking at. And then, of course, you would have to have all of your information filled in here and all of your signatures. Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about ensuring data accuracy. And so data accuracy is checks and balances. And we're going to actually send you guys this information, but we included it in the slide so that you can get it. Because you actually have to look back and forth through all of the different areas to make sure that all of your fields are matching what they should match. So this is going to be, and which Karen is going to talk about shortly, it's going to be in a document for you guys. And we just pulled out some caveats here when you're checking your reports. That make sure you consider the 60% rules for those contractors that were under that, and making sure that you have all of this data kind of lined up. Also for the payments, there are some checks and balances you could utilize, and we actually pulled, this is actually in the manual as well, where this data actually comes from, right from the report. So this is all the things that you want to keep in mind. Also, just if you do have to do corrections, just know that we're going to reach out to the person who sent us the report to ensure that everyone is included that should be on that message. If you need to do corrections, you might want to CC other people who need to know that information. Now I'm going to actually turn it over to Karen to kind of bring us home on the MBE portion.
So thank you, Nichelle. That was a great demonstration. And we want to keep giving you guys resources to help you with reporting. We know that it is a very detail-oriented report. It has a lot of moving parts. So we did curate a reporting cheat sheet that will come out when we update all of the next reporting season's documents. So I want to go over the reporting cheat sheet that we will be giving you all. So it will include each report requirement. It will have a guide which will list which backup reports will be required to fill in the specific report. And we'll also add in a few general reminders where it applies within each report. So we're going to have a form 1 and 2, form 3, contracts inventory, and summary statement cheat sheet guide. And then, as Michelle mentioned, checks and balances. So we're going to include essentially like a reporting checklist where you can do checks and balances of what backup reports you have pulled, and then a submission checklist where you can do your checks and balances before you submit your report to make sure you'll have everything that you'll be submitting. So this is an example of what the Form 1 cheat sheet. Oh,
I don't see your screen.
Oh, one
Yep,
second.
I was just about
Oh,
to.
y'all, I didn't share it. I started my slideshow, but I didn't share my screen. So 1 second. I'm gonna just show y'all really fast what I had up there. 1 second. Okay. Sorry about that, y'all. So this was my opening slide. As I mentioned, so we're gonna be putting out that cheat sheet You know, it's going to include that Form 1 and 2, Form 3, contracts, inventory, and summary statement. Each of those reports are going to have like general reminders where they apply within each report, and then what backup reports are required in them as well. And then, like I was mentioning before, that reporting checklist and submission checklist where you can do checks and balances within those checklists in different parts of the report. So this is where I was at, the Form 1. So this is what the Form 1 cheat sheet is going to look like. As you see here in the yellow section, as Michelle mentioned, the yellow section is where it's fillable. So that's where you're going to be able to fill in your information. So on the Form 1, the only fillable section are these two columns. And in the first column, you see where the 709 and 710 would apply if there is data in those reports. And then as you see, the credit cards and the direct vouchers are the last two rows. That's where your 721 and your 717 backup reports would apply. And you see on the column to the right side are the waiver documents. So that 711 document that Michelle showed, and she highlighted the only data that matters in that report, which is the 711 waiver document. This is where you would put waiver information. And I think I don't know if that was a question. I heard something. I guess not.
No, somebody was just coming in.
Oh, okay. So then, as you also see on the side here, since we do know that not all agencies utilize the 700 reports, we wanted to make a reference to what those reports are. So in that first column, we see 709 and 710 applies. But if you have internal data, then you know that you're going to be putting in your change orders and your contract awards. And the same goes for the remaining reports. So that's the Form 1. Going into the Form 2, this is that first table, which is the MBE subcontractor awards. And the only information that you'd be pulling from is your 720 or your subcontract awards internal data. Then in that second table within the Form 2, where it has fillable options, we see here within the first columns 40 to 59, which are the procurement categories, you're going to be entering 709 change order, MBE change order data, and any 710 MBE prime contract award data. And the same follows for your 721 and 717. In your Form 2, you're only putting in those MBE credit cards and MBE direct voucher totals. So moving to the contracts inventory, this is what it would look like. This is the prime contractors tab. We list all of the reports that are required to fill this in. So essentially, we put this reminder here to remind everyone that your contracts inventory should mirror the totals that you entered in your Form 2 prime contractors table. That's something that a lot of people aren't aware of. So we do want to clarify that here within the cheat sheet. So it's an easy reminder when you're going to go fill it out. This is only your Form 2 MBE awards. So no payment data should be getting entered into the contracts inventory. Of course, except if it's a credit card or direct voucher, that counts as both an award and a payment. So contract inventory mirrors your Form 2. You hear us saying that a lot when we're looking through your reports. We're like, well, this should mirror your Form 2. So this is what we mean. It should, the same total that's in that prime contractor table in your Form 2 should be the same total that's in your primes tab of your contracts inventory. And the same follows for the subs tab of the contracts inventory. You would only utilize that 720 for your subcontractor awards. And we also remind you here as well that it should mirror the totals that you put in your subcontractor Form 2 table. So next, this is the Form 3. As you see here, we list the payment award, the payment backup data that is required for the Form 3. And we also add a reminder. So for the non-minority voucher payments, there's a reminder there that lets you know that it's only if the non-minority is attached to a MBE subcontractor. So we're reminding you that. And then we also remind you about the ID column. It's used to attach the correct MBE subcontractor to their prime. So this ID should match the prime ID to the correct subcontractor. And then your Form 3, subcontractor payment. So the subs tab within the Form 3, you would only be using that 719 data. And we remind you once again that that Prime ID must match the ID on your Primes tab. So this is going to be really useful for you all when just a quick reference when you're entering the data into all of these reports. This is going to be great to just remind you what you're actually, what data you're going to be pulling from that backup data, like Michelle showed you earlier, that big backup data document. There's so many tabs, so many moving parts. This will be a great reference to just go back to what you're going to essentially just be entering into each report. And then we also have the summary statement. We made it a little more clearer. We do have in the summary statement, we let you know the total is coming from your Form 1, but here we let you know exactly the column that you'll be pulling it from. And as you see, the yellow highlight is just reminding you that that 2B total is your total prime contractor actual payments, but you do need to exclude the non-minority primes from that total. And this was the reporting checks and balances. So you may have already seen this cheat sheet within the manual. We're going to also include this in the cheat sheet that we're going to be putting out. This is a great way to do checks and balances when you're pulling your backup data so that you know that you've pulled all the correct reports, you have all the information necessary to then begin scrubbing. And this is a submission checklist. We did want to note that we're going to be adding the compliance assessment to this list. The compliance assessment is going to be due September 30th with your annual report. So we'll be adding that in once we update all of our documents. But this is a good checks and balances for your submissions, making sure that you have all 6 now documents that you'll be submitting before you send over that email to us. And I'm sure you're all excited to hear again about the compliance assessment report that is coming out for the next reporting season. We have already sent out the compliance assessment in January's compliance bulletin. So if you didn't receive that email, or if you still need to be added to the mailing list, please remember to send us that email to add you to it. But if you do want to access the compliance assessment report early, you can go into the MBE reporting toolkit, and on the left side of the reporting toolkit, you can find all of the compliance bulletins. And as you see there, the January 17th compliance bulletin is where we sent out the assessment report, and you can access the file there. So the MBE compliance assessment report, I'll be showing you guys the report in a second. This report is going to report information about contracts that closed or expired during the fiscal year and contained MBE goals and sub goals. So it will include an Excel report with a prime and subs tab and a compliance report tab, which will be printed off and signed by your agency head or designee. Aggregate results will be published in the Governor's Office of Small Minority Women Business Affairs annual report. So this will be included in the data that we already publicly report, which is the awards data, payment data, and all that. This will be a part of that public data as well. So I'm going to show you all the compliance assessment. Okay, so this is the actual compliance assessment that we sent out in January. I'm gonna try to get it a little, it's a lot of information on the instructions tab. We do advise to read, just take time to read through the compliance assessment. This will be for next reporting season. So you have until September 30th to submit this compliance assessment. So really take time to read through the instructions, understand what is going to be required to submit this compliance assessment. We do make sure that you guys have the legislation behind this assessment and what prompted the requirement to be a requirement. And as we mentioned before, the compliance assessment will be collecting fiscal year award, payment, and compliance data. So that's the piece of this compliance report, to really see where your agencies have reached contract compliance. And this will verify whether MBEs are meeting their contract compliance requirements. Okay. And also, we do want to emphasize that the compliance data is only for each contract with MBE goals. That's all the information that we're looking for. Anything that had MBE goals on them and that ended within the fiscal year that you are reporting. If you go down, we'll see the requirements for submission. As we mentioned before, it must be submitted in the Excel format, except for the compliance report tab. That would be submitted in PDF. We did make a note here that if your agency uses electronic signature, then you would have to save the report as PDF and upload it to your e-signature program. And then once it's signed, you would just submit it as a PDF as well. So this is a report we are talking about that would be submitted as PDF. This is a report that will generate after you have already filled in the primes and the subs tabs, as you see here, and I'll go over those in a second. This is the end of the report. It will generate on its own, and this is what you're going to get signed. And if you don't have an e-signature program, then you would just print it out, sign it on the paper, and scan it back in PDF. I'll reiterate that when we get to that part again, but just wanted to show you guys what we meant in that part of the instructions. And as we go down, and then this report will be a part of your annual report. So you'd be submitting that with your annual report. And all the fields are required to be filled in within the compliance assessment. So there's really no default data available for this. So this is the primes tab here. I'm going to do a quick rundown of the breakdown of it. The first tab, the first column is going to be all the contracts that ended within that fiscal year. You would list all their contract numbers here. The waiver percentage, the portion of the MBE goal that was waived by the agency at the time of contract award, that is if a waiver was assigned. What was the MBE goal on that contract? The date the award was awarded, the award amount, the expiration date, prime contractor that was on that contract, whether the prime was an MBE or a non-MBE. You're going to also be entering in your sub payments, the non-MBE sub payments, as well as the MBE sub payment. So that is something that we did have a few questions about. So you will be entering non-MBE subs and MBE sub payments. Also, you're going to be entering the total prime payments, the actual MBE participation, the full, and then yes, these two auto-populate. Let me look here. Yes, so I'm sorry, guys. So these three will auto-populate with the information that you have entered. So these are all the columns that I was walking you through before. But these three columns are going to auto-populate your calculations for the compliance rate. And this, as you see here, it won't allow for a compliance rate no more than 100%. So that's going to already, the formulas are already in place so that when you enter all of your data, you'll get all of your compliance information and assessed there. You're also going to have to enter your procurement category for the primes tab, the description of work that the contract was handling. And then this column here is the description of factors leading to compliance below 100%. So any factors that factored into why your contract may not have reached that 100% contract compliance, you can enter that here. And it'll be a great time for your agency to, really reflect on, what worked, what didn't work within that contract and why it wasn't reached. And we do want to make note, and we mentioned this in the instructions tab, this notes tab is really just anything that your agency wants to speak on in general regarding the report. It wouldn't be specific to a contract. Any notes specific to the contract should be entered in this column here, as we mentioned before. So that is the primes tab. And we also have the subs tab. So this is where you're adding any subcontractor information. So we have the breakdown here on the instructions. So as before, you're going to put in the contract number, the date that the award was awarded, the award amount, expiration date, subcontractor's name, the subcontractor's designation, and then the total payments that were made to that subcontractor, and then the description of work. So as you noticed, the subs tab description of work, it only asks for the description of work. So all the notes that are specific to that contract would go in the description of factors leading to compliance below 100%. So the notes should be tied to the primes tab column here. So as we mentioned before, these two tabs will auto-populate to this MBE compliance report. All of your agency compliance percentages, average MBE goals, they will all auto-populate. They're all formulated here. And this is where you would go in and save this as a PDF and get it signed and submit it with your Excel. Well, that is a overall look at the compliance assessment. If anyone has any questions or comments, if you've had a chance to look at it ever since we sent it out, please be free to put it in the chat or raise your hand. We'd love to hear any questions that you have, especially regarding the compliance assessment, since this is something new for agencies, and it will require a different process to really collect data that your agency wasn't used to doing before. Gonna go back. So that was the compliance assessment. And then we are closing out with some final announcements and reminders. So, you know, staying connected. Are you maximizing your agency's SBR, MBE, and VSBE participation? Do you know who on your team is responsible for compliance and administration of the SBR, MBE, and VSBE programs? And if they are receiving this procurement compliance bulletin, do you attend our training regularly? Are you participating in our compliance conference call? That compliance call is a quarterly call. It's not recorded. It's a space for all of us to speak on compliance issues every quarter and really speak on anything that comes up within the quarter that we would like to communicate to everyone. And then also, are you attending the monthly SPAG meetings? Please note, if no one at your agency is receiving SPAG meeting invitations, you can email Jamie at the Office of State Procurement and ask to be added to the invite list.
Just a reminder, I must have forgotten to update that tab, but it's bi-monthly now.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, it is bi-monthly. Yeah, so I know the next one is in March. So that would be the next SPAG meeting. So those are just a few questions to be asking yourselves to make sure that you are staying connected and that you have the right resources available to you. And that is the end of our slideshow with MBE. As always, you can contact Nichelle or I if you have any questions after today's training. And we want to open the floor to any questions that you may have regarding anything that we talked about today, if anyone has any questions. Janelle asks, is there a current list of statewide contracts? So a great tool that you can use regarding statewide contracts, and I'll actually pull it up here, is the this is a DGS website, and I can actually send it over to you guys in the chat as well. This is a great site. If you're wondering if a contract is a statewide contract, you can do just a quick search here. So if I go ahead and put in Rudolph's, which is a big one, I'll type in Rudolph, and here it can confirm the contract type is a statewide contract. And like Michelle mentioned, yes, this is in the MBE reporting toolkit, this link. But this is a great tool. And like I said before, this is a tool we use also, just quick searches to make sure that the data we're excluding should be excluded. So this is a great website to use to make sure something is a statewide contract. And any other questions? Okay, and then if there aren't any questions, Danielle's going to close us off with her VSBE training information. So the recordings are always, they're going to be posted in each program's toolkit. The recording and the PowerPoints are going to be available as well. And that should, I think we say about 24 hours. I'm not sure, Michelle, after the training.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So we try to make sure everything, like we saw a little weird thing, so we try to make sure it's corrected, and we check through that, the presentation, and we make sure that that is uploaded. We will upload it to the MBE toolkits, but also we upload it to the meeting invite, guys. So for everybody who was on a meeting invite, if you go back to the meeting invite a little while after this, and this is a long recording, so it will take a minute to render once the training is done. But once the training is all completed, there'll be like transcript, the recording, the chat transcript, like everything is going to be like in the meeting invite for you to be able to access. And then we're going to actually add the consolidated PowerPoint as well. And then within a couple of days, that's going to be available on all of the toolkits as well. The video usually takes longer for us to get over to the website, but the slide decks will be available.
And then Christopher said, Michelle, can you send the supporting document spreadsheet that you use for the presentation?
Yes, actually, we will be sending, so that all of that is going to be attached to the meeting invite. So the sample data, that's what we're calling it. The sample data is going to be attached. Now the cheat sheets, we kind of went through them and had pictures of them. So you guys will have that to kind of look at if you want to look. But the actual cheat sheet document, because we're going to publish it as an actual document that you can just get, and it's just the cheat sheet. And then it's going to also be available later in the manual. So that won't be available just yet. So we're going to put that together, and that's going to be available closer to reporting time. But you will have the kind of the screenshots. And for me, like the checks and balances, I actually have in the presentation. So you'll still have that information, even though you don't have the actual cheat sheet document yet.
And then I see Bernice said, yeah, the toolkit anyone can access.
Yeah, that just takes a little bit. So we're sorry about that, Bernice. We know some people can't get to the documents. Now, I mean, I guess you guys are figuring that you can't get to them now, but I know Do It was doing some changes where any agency who's for you guys, we sent the information in to Do It, so they were supposed to make it so that you could access any of the Google information. But what I'll do is it's also going to be in Google Drive, and I'll see if I can add. So if you actually are having trouble and you really wanted to get that before, if you're actually having trouble and you really wanted to get that before it's available, because it may be a few days because we have to go through Do It, then please send us, you can send it to me, your information in email, and I'll make sure that I go in and add you to see if you can retrieve it then.
And then Judy provided links to the statewide contracts. She states that's under Section 2 in the boxes on the DGS and OSP webpage, Procurement Officer tab. So she provided the link there as well. So that's a good resource to see which are the statewide contracts. And Donna asks, does the compliance assessment report, is this for contracts that have expired during the fiscal year only, or does it include all contracts? So yes, so I believe so, yes, it's only for the contracts that have expired during the fiscal year.
Correct.
No problem. Yep, and these are great questions. Okay, I think, does anyone else have last call? And then we're gonna get Danielle set up here for question. Okay, so I think we can call Danielle up so she can start her VSBE portion.
All right. So I know the VSBE, the Veteran-Owned Small Business Enterprise program, is the newest of the 3 programs. So understanding that we have, brand new liaisons that have kind of, taken over these roles within the past year, and new people to the program and the space. So I'm going to be going over a brief overview of the program before we really dive into the reporting section, just so, because there have been some changes across the board, some out of our control, some are. So let's first start with the VSBE program statutes. I've also provided the link to the website where you can start, where it really does break down with the state finance and procurement articles that's for VSBE that start at 14-601 through 14-606. It is really my goal for you all to have this information accessible at your fingertips so that you know what is going to be required of you. You guys know the land of the law of the land, and you guys have this information when you are going through your processes. This also includes the VSBE program regulations, which start with COMAR 21.11.14. There were legislative updates last year that did affect these numbers. So it is also important that once again, you have this information at your fingertips. And because we do reference them in all of our trainings. So it's great if you guys ask me questions, but we want you to have, this information also readily available. All right, so the VSBE program, because it is the newest socioeconomic program with a current minimal 1% statewide goal for all VSBE participating agencies or departments. So this training is very important for several reasons, including this little graphic that we have, because I want you to understand that this is a partnership. With the veteran community, with our internal and external stakeholders. We are not giving this population any favors because they have already served us and our country. So we all have a part to play in growing this program, not just myself. And this includes all of you still on the call today. That involves the liaisons, that involves our report preparers, that involves our outreach team members, PRG members, and our procurement officers. So this was a perfect picture to display the VSBE program, that understanding, yes, we're talking to the liaisons and we're talking to, the report preparers, but really there is a team supporting and around these 3 programs in general. And we want to make sure that we are reaching and communicating with everyone that's touching and involved in these programs. All right, so just so we're all on the same page, the VSBE program provides contracting opportunities to certified veteran-owned businesses. There are a lot of veteran-owned businesses out here, guys, but they need to be certified in the VSBE program. I'm going to probably say that about 100 times within the next hour. So sorry, not sorry. Only the work of a certified VSBE firm performing either directly as a prime or indirectly as a subcontractor can be counted towards the achievement of the established contract goal. So as I stated earlier, that 1% statewide minimal goal, that is on awards. So we'll keep that in mind as we move forward. Also, as of February 1st, there are over 610 active and certified VSBE vendors in the EMMA database. I said EMMA database, and it's growing daily. And that is definitely the next segueing right into what we're about to hit the nail on the head. EMMA is the only platform to verify VSBE vendors. It is a 3-step certification process a veteran firm must go through to show up in EMMA as a certified VSBE. Anyone can use EMMA as it is a public database. And my colleague Tanita spoke a little bit about this earlier. So we're still going to touch on it as it relates to VSBE. If you want access to the internal side of EMMA, you can email the EMMA help desk for access. There are more benefits to having the internal access. So I do want to briefly go over the difference between the internal and the external, just because it's a different view. And it's important to know that if you're searching the public vendor search right here on the bottom right-hand corner, what you're going to see is going to be a little bit different than what you're going to have access to on the internal side. So one of the benefits of having the internal access is browsing the internal database and being able to download your searches into the Excel spreadsheet by using the little wheel tool at the bottom right-hand corner. This is a feature that is not accessible currently on the regular public vendor search. So there are some benefits. You can still do a keyword search. We didn't point out earlier that in EMMA for both SBR and VSBE, we use what are called commodity codes in EMMA under the United Nations Product and Service Codes, which are different than the NACE codes. So it is important to note that there are differences and the different advanced searches that you have access to even on the internal side. You can also, as we stated earlier, search by a vendor checkbox, and that filter is available in this little filter wheel or icon. Thank you, Amanda. All right, important notice. It is the responsibility of the agency or department to make sure all of your VSBEs that you say are VSBEs on your FY23 contracts are certified in the EMMA database. Failure to do so will result in your agency having to manually extract that data from your FY23 reports, as no awards or payments can be counted towards VSBE contract goals by veteran firms not in the VSBE program. So years prior, I know we have some seasoned, wonderful people on this call. Years prior, you were able to do external searches for veteran firms, and you were able to utilize that information. That will not be acceptable for fiscal year 23. So what are those dates for fiscal year 23? Might I remind you that it starts July 1st. It started July 1st, 2022, and ends June 30th, 2023. So any contracts that fall within that time frame, it is your responsibility to make sure they are certified in the VSBE program, in the database in Emma. If there are any vendors that need assistance with that, please let me know. We have a QRG. We can help walk them through that process. The process to actually get certified through Emma within those 3-step processes only takes a few business days. So what we want to make sure is that you are providing clean reports, and we are being able to count as many VSBEs in your data at the end of the fiscal year. And this is just more work that you and your agency may have to do to manually extract that. That's going to change your percentages. We don't want that. We don't want you guys to have to do extra work come the end of the fiscal year. If you guys do that now, you're saving yourself, a headache. So let's look at when you're searching Emma, and we did kind of go over this a little bit earlier, but I want to hit this home. On the internal database, if you have access to the internal side, we want to make sure that the VSBE status is approved. We want to make sure they have an VSBE certification number, which has changed in the past years. It was something else. It is now a VB number with the 2-digit year and then -6 additional digits. And their VSBE date, their expiration date, is current. It cannot be expired. So on the external, if you were to search this same company, you're only going to be able to see the VB number, the VSBE certification number, and the expiration date. So you won't be able to see if the application status is approved, but as long as it has a current and not expired expiration date, then you will be good. And the VSBE vendor box is also checked. So these are 2 different views. It's okay to use both of, whatever you have access to, but this is how you verify this information. And we're going to show you a little bit later in the next slide, actually, how to use that in your reporting. So here's an example. We are using the most awarded VSBE vendor, Doravac LLC, in FY22. This was pulled from a 710 Contracts Award Report. This was conducted from the public external search, because I want to make sure that, this is the basic ground zero that everyone has access to. So that's why I wanted to make sure we did it from the public vendor search side. And we put the company's name in the company name search. I did not click on the VSBE vendor box. I only put the company's name in the company name search. Sometimes it may take a few searches and a few tries, only because sometimes there is data issues. So as Ms. Lisa said earlier, know that Emma is always evolving and changing, and some of that has to do with data cleanup. Remember to, something to note is that you want to make sure you verify as much information as you can, because there are some companies that have the same name. So, making sure that if they're address, if it is the right city, or making sure that the contact information or at least the website is the same, based upon prior information that you have from those contracts, and making sure once again that the VSBE certification number box or data is valid in there with an expiration date that has not passed. And also, if you can see from this 710 example, there is a vet flag, and we'll get into which reports are have those flags or not to assist you with the reporting. All right, we have an announcement. We weren't able to really put this out. We had planned to do it at SPAG in January, but it got canceled. So this is actually the first time that we are sharing this information with you guys. As of January 1st, 2023, the Federal Vet First CVE verification program, formerly known as VetBiz, is no longer in operation. Responsibility for verifying the federal veteran status of small business owners at the federal level has now been transferred to the U.S. Small Business Administration. And they are calling their certification the Veteran Small Business Certification, or VetCert for short. Effective immediately, the new site to search for federally certified veteran-owned small businesses is veterans.certify.sba.gov/$ and then home. So all of you that have previously had VetBiz saved in your and bookmarked in your computers, you want to make sure you update this information. If a vendor needs assistance with this process, they can visit our VSBE website. And once again, to get certified in the VSBE program, we have quick reference guides, or they can contact me. And we want to make sure that they are getting and completing the 3-step process, as this is only one component of the 3-step process, which is called the veteran verification. So this is only one component of the 3-step process. And just like all the other programs, I would be remiss if we didn't discuss that it is 1 year. Their certification is only good for 1 year in the all 3 programs. And so you want to make sure that you're also telling your external, your vendors that they need to renew annually. The good thing I will say about that cert is that you are able to complete different searches. You are still able to search with DUNS numbers. You are still able to search with SAMS UEIs. You can search by NACE codes, territory, by the actual company business name. And they also have an actual search all at the top too. So you all are hearing this information. If you haven't heard it since January 1st, this is the new federal site called VetCert. Now let's get into reporting. My colleagues have already done an amazing job about talking about the tools and tips and general knowledge. So I won't do such a deep dive since most of the same concepts are also applied to the VSBE program, but we are going to hit home so that there are no issues on where to go to find the information in order for you to complete these reports accurately, and all of the information we need for the supporting backup data. So just as the other programs have expressed, all of this information is going to be and is available on our toolkits. This is the exact link to the VSBE toolkit. And we also make announcements. So when this information came out about the Small Business Administration, I was, made sure to put it on in our toolkit. We make sure that we reiterate that Emma is the only platform to verify VSBE vendors. So I also, in addition to making announcements in the bulletins, at SPAG, at every other opportunity that we can, you can also always go to our toolkit and just check in to see if there's any updates. So let's get into the first of the reports that will be due for FY23. Now, there is a reason why the VSBE annual reports are due one day, just one day after the SBR and the MBE reports. So the deadline for reporting for VSBE is October 1st. And that is because a lot of the work that you do already with the data for those other two programs is data that you'll also need for the VSBE. However, some of it is classified in a little different way, and we'll get into that. So please do not wait until the end of the year to gather all of this data at once, considering that I only ask you for reporting for once a year. You still should be internally on top of things. And it can get very cumbersome at the very end to sort through all of this information. So can also, especially considering the VSBE program is continually developing, keep your own VSBE agency or department records are very important to the success of VSBE reporting. So let's break this down a little bit more on the annual reporting template. So the first thing that I want you guys to take note of is that you only need to complete the information in the yellow cells. You will actually see this again in the next report that is due also. We wanted to kind of keep it consistent. So we also are breaking this down and putting this into clusters of data that you need to provide. As NBE discussed earlier, there are category for awards, and then there's a category for payments. So at first, we're going to ask you for all total procurement contracts under contracts awarded, credit cards, or your internal bookkeeping or CPC, and all direct vouchers. Now, for those that have been listening, that information is the same information that was just talked about in the MBE data. So yes, that information should mirror, we used that terminology earlier as well, it should mirror the information that you are submitting on your MBE Form 1. It's just a little bit more condensed. However, note that supporting backup data for this section is not, the MBE Form 1 is not solely allowed acceptable data. You still have to provide all of that supporting backup data. Let's go to our second cluster. So then we're breaking out just the VSBE components of prime contractors in those three sections. We'll show you how to do that in a little bit. Then the next cluster of data is pulling out just subcontracting awards out of certain reports. And last but not least, we will then ask you to provide us payment data, all payment data and once again, extracting just the VSBE payment data. And then that's to both prime and subcontractors. And then all of the blue areas, based upon the data that you have inputted, will provide and auto-populate the percentages. We also have a comment section that is in a note section in here for you guys to provide us any information or discrepancies or issues that you really want us to hone in on when we look at the supporting backup data. We had a great session about answers reporting, so I promise you I will not go too much into this. But for VSBE, note once you log in, so we're going to do a section on answers reporting and then non-answers reporting. So to all my non-answers, hang in here with me for a minute. So for VSBE answers reporting, there are several several reports that you'll need to download in Excel format. So you'll click on the MBE procurement, and there's two sections. For VSBE answers reporting for awards, we need the 709, we need the 710, and we need the 720. For payments, we need the 718 and the 719. And then for both that are used in combination of both awards and payments, you need to pull the 717 and the 721. So that is a total of 7 reports. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, 7. Now, let's see how you will go through that process. I call it a 7-step process, but it may be quicker based upon what you've already done. The first step is that you're going to find your agency or your department. Step 2 is that you're going to make sure that the beginning and end dates are in the fiscal year that you need. Step 3 is to make sure that you have that report type set to vet. That is very important because it's great that you're pulling all of this data, same for MBE, but certain reports have the vet flag column that you'll need to use to sort your data for just the VSBE information. So you cannot use the same MBE reports that you are running for MBE. You need to make sure that you are pulling them with the vet flag or the report type as vet. Step 4 is that you're going to run the report. Step 5, you want to make sure that you pull the report into Excel spreadsheet. This is considered your raw data. Step 6 is creating a separate tab in the same Excel workbook with the same data, and then scrubbing that data, and then sorting that data using your vet flag column. And you're also wanting to make sure, as we discussed earlier, using any type of color blocking, using any labels, totaling your, the reportable columns, making sure that what the data you provide is the same data that you are submitting on your VSBE annual. And that also leads into step 7, which is creating any pivot tables to utilize that data for the annual report. So literally, when we are getting that annual report, we are also then checking to make sure we have all of the subsequent raw data, backup data. We're having the total all data and then VSBE data. And that is fine if it is all cumbersome in just 2 reports, but that should be a minimum of at least 2 reports, the raw and then the scrubbed. Now, there are no vet flags that are on the 709 and the 721. So I wanted to make sure that I provided you an example of what those headers and those fields look like. So for the 709, there is no vet flag to filter or sort this contract data right now. So from your agency or department, this is a manual review and highly recommend for agencies and departments to document internally. Because there is not a vet flag filter, you are required to review that information and report it appropriately if one of those contracts is a VSBE. For the 721, there is no vet VET to select on the initial run on this report and answers. This report actually does have a vet flag data column, which is column Q, to then be sorted and filtered. So do still know you can pull the 721 and filter it based upon a vet flag, even though it's not on the initial home screen. So just a quick wrap up of all of the 7 reports that are needed for the VSBE answers reporting to plug into your annual report. Which ones have a vet flag and which ones do not, and what titles those are, also if you need a title versus the number. Now let's show you how to plug that into our answers cheat sheet for VSBE. So same concept, we are just telling you where to plug in that information. So we'll start here with the all contracts. It should be your 709 and your 710 scrubbed reports combined total for your all credit cards or internal documentation, your P cards, CPC. All of that information should go here. And then in your total all direct vouchers, that data is coming from your 717. And once again, we stated that this should match your MBE report total agency awards that are submitted on the Form 1. Now let's go over into the VSBE extraction data. This is going to come for your procurement awards from your 710 for VSBEs with that vet flag. For your credit cards, this is going to come from your 721 with that vet flag, and your VSBE 717 with that vet flag. All right, going into the last scrubbed data needed for awards is the subcontracting information, and that's going to come from the 720. So literally, we're telling you what reports are needed, where they're needed after you scrub them to plug that information in. Now, it gets a little bit tricky when you get down to the bottom for payments. It's an actual equation that you guys have to do. So for the total all payments to prime contractors, total all payments is going to come from your total number from your scrubbed 717 plus your 718 plus your credit cards or your 721 or internal data on that, which is going to give you your all total. Now, for the extraction for just the VSBE, we're asking for all payments to VSBE primes and subcontractors within that fiscal year. And that is going to come from your VSBE only 717 data plus your VSBE only 718 data plus your VSBE only 19 data and your VSBE credit card or or 721 or internal to give you your VSBE total payments. Phew. All right, so that was a lot. We know there's an equation, but here is your cheat sheet. So to all of my non-answers reporting, this is your section. Now, I don't have a 7-step section for you because I don't have access to your system. However, we know just based upon this last reporting season that there are very similar information to the reports that you guys provide. So we want to break that down for you as well. So for the awards, same thing, and the same number really of total reports you guys should be submitting is 7, with the awards information of the BPO or PO change orders, all contract award detail for primes with the VSBE awards clearly defined, all subcontract award details with VSBE awards. Payments, we need all voucher and BPO voucher payments and with VSBE vendors. So remember, we're asking for the all, and then we want you to make sure that you're identifying just the VSBE vendors also, and the all subcontractor payments with VSBEs. And for both awards and payments, you are still providing the direct vouchers and the credit card, P card, or internal that are going to be used for both your awards and your payments. So let's give you guys also some tips that will then lead into your cheat sheet. So some tips for our non-reporting agencies, non-answers reporting agencies, is that you want to make sure you're only submitting your agency or department information. We should not be getting a huge spreadsheet of multiple information. You want to identify and just hone in on your agency or department. The second thing is that you want to make sure that the reporting data is clearly labeled with the SBE data identified. If we don't know what you're trying to provide to us as backup data, then that's a problem. It should be clearly labeled. Also, if there is no data for this particular category, please make sure to indicate that. I know I'm not a mind reader, so we want to make sure that NA, or you can put that on the Excel spreadsheet on the tabs as they are labeled appropriately. No information or no data would be appropriate. And you can also use the comments or notes section in the spreadsheets or on the annual report. Now, you also want to make sure that the payments are specific to prime and or subcontractors. And once again, we need to know that information because we don't know, there's a difference between payments to primes and payments to subs. You want to make sure that the awards and supporting backup data supports the fiscal year dates. So not providing anything that is not, unless it's a change order, you should not be providing any other documentation or any other information that is not within the fiscal year dates. You also want to make sure that the reportable amounts totals should match the amounts that you have claimed on the annual report, because that is what we are looking to make sure match, and that there is sufficient backup data to provide those on those totals. And please do not use one report for all 3 programs. We have seen that also in this past reporting season. That is not acceptable. You want to make sure that the data is clearly defined for and provided only for the program that you are submitting for. All right, so in a nutshell, for our non-answers conclusion, you are still also required to provide these 7 data points and providing identifiable VSBE awards or payments or both on all 7 reports. And same thing, I'm going to give you guys a cheat sheet too, because we want to make it as clean and concise across the board. So we've plugged those same titles into the cheat sheet for the non-answers. So I won't really go over that again, but it is the exact same. We just changed out the actual titles. So hang in there with me. I have a few announcements. So we want to make sure that you're getting to those those new reporting announcements for FY23. So let's do a quick checklist. You already know that the VSBE reporting FY23 data is required on before or by October 1st. You want to make sure you're providing us with the VSBE annual report. You are providing us with the consolidated backup data in which we discussed earlier of the raw data, scrub data, VSBE specific award totals, and VSBE specific payment totals. Also, that you have a new reporting requirement. We actually have 2, but as it relates to a form, you have a new VSBE outreach report. And I am excited to announce what information we will be asking for and give you a sneak peek of what that form looks like today. So let's get into these new VSBE reporting requirements for FY23. So we have 2 to actually go over today. The first one is per COMAR 21.11.1406. So this is taken directly from the COMAR regulations. It is the responsibility of the agency and or department to provide the number of VSBE waivers granted. So we want to make sure and reiterate that you guys know about this reporting requirement and that it will be required for FY23. Also, the outreach form that we just discussed, wanting you to know why we are asking for the information that we're asking for. And it is because of this COMAR regulation that states an evaluation by the procurement agency of the success of the VSBE program, which shall include a brief description of the procurement agency outreach efforts to VSBE primes and VSBE subcontractors. So let's tackle this VSBE waivers first. So announced back in, we've been doing this for about the past 6 months now, VSBE forms attachment E were updated effective September 1st, 2022. Modifications included waiver guidance, which is under E-1C, provides updated information about definitions, good faith efforts outlined, and other valuable information. We have provided the link below to the Office of State Procurement site where the VSBE forms are held. If you are not familiar with the new forms, please make sure that you download them and that you review them. Those that are familiar with the MBE waivers, the VSBE waivers are very similar. I have been announcing this since last year, but I haven't received any waivers yet. So we just want to make sure that we reiterate, if you are unfamiliar with the waiver form, that you, or if you would like additional waiver training, so please let us know so that we can schedule something and include mentors that complete this regularly. So even if your agency or department did complete a VSBE waiver already since July of 2022, you can still go back and send that to the VSBE email box, which is here on the screen of vsbe.gospa@maryland.gov. If you want to CC my email address, that's fine. And shared in the November 2022 SPAG, there was some new MBE and VSBE waiver goal guidance. If you have not received or looked at this guidance, we worked really hard on it. It is 5 pages of great information on best practices for evaluating good faith efforts. It has language that we want to be as uniform as possible with both MBE and VSBE waivers. So we've provided even approval and denial verbiage and language for you all to use. It has outlined the good faith effort determinations and getting the granting of the waiver by the agency head. So once again, we provided the website here for you guys to get familiarized if you're already not with this amazing tool of waiver guidance. And it's really going to be helpful for you guys. So all VSBE waiver determinations need to be emailed by the end of the fiscal year. But if you've already started doing them, just go ahead and send them to me as well. We know that BPW is generally on them, but you also need to be making sure that they are also sent to the VSBE for the VSBE waivers. All right, we're almost there. Without further ado, if I had a little drum roll, here is the new VSBE program outreach form, which will be due October 1st for all participating VSBE agencies and departments. First of all, I would like to take this time to also thank those that reviewed this information, the liaisons and internal stakeholders for their input when we were compiling and completing this form. So in some of our compliance bulletins, we have mentioned defining your agency department outreach strategy. And so it's important to understand that the way you approach the VSBE community may be a little different from some of the other programs. This is a fillable PDF document that also comes with a second page option sheet to allow tracking of each specific event and to help report this data on the first page that we will be asking for. This will be mandatory for every VSBE participating agency, even if most or some of these answers are 0 or NA. So let's go over what the form is asking of you. The first thing that we're going to ask is the reporting agency, the individual completing the form and title, and then the number of employees engaged in VSBE outreach. We understand if it's just 1 or 2 if you're a smaller agency, but if it is a larger agency, maybe think about spreading some of that wealth around. What channels are you engaging your VSBE outreach? Is it in person? Is it virtual? Is it one-on-one, social media platforms? And the great thing to think about when you're completing or thinking about or developing your outreach strategy is that there is an actual national military calendar. And there are so many holidays that are surrounding the veteran community that it is very possible to link up with other agencies. It is also, able to utilize some of those events that are happening nationally to tap into some of, to use those also for your own outreach. We're also going to be asking the exact number of outreach events, live or virtual, targeting the VSBE community hosted by your specific agency or department. We're then going to ask you the number of outreach events, live or virtual, targeting the VSBE community attended, not hosted by your agency or department. So that's when we're talking about, you know, really engaging also with other agencies, other and other outside stakeholders, and also myself, because we're also going to be doing, and we do events throughout the year just for the VSBE program. That will total auto-populate a total VSBE outreach events column. And then we're going to break it down a little bit more. So does your agency, or, you know, start thinking about this now. Does your agency or department have a defined outreach strategy for engaging the veteran-owned small businesses? Yes or no? And if it's a no, okay, then maybe put that on one of your action items to work on in the next fiscal year. Does your agency or department VSBE liaison or designee attend pre-bid meetings on solicitations that include VSBE goals? Yes or no? Same concept. If not, then let's see how you can improve that for the up and coming or fiscal year. We are, what, 4.5 months away from the fiscal year being over. So you guys still have some time, if, you know, knowing what we're going to be asking for. And even if you're starting at ground zero, knowing that there's room even for growth and improvement, even within the last 4 months of the fiscal year 23. All right, we're then going to allow you to give us some feedback in the form of bullet points, sentences, notes, and that information is what factors of your outreach efforts contributed to your overall program performance. So keeping in mind that statewide VSBE minimal 1% goal, how does outreach affect you know, your overall VSBE program performance? And once again, this is pulled directly from COMAR. And then the last but not least is add any other information relevant to your veteran-owned small business outreach efforts. And so we really just want to hear from you guys, making sure that, you know, even if it's, like I said, NA, or you're working on it, or you're developing a strategy, that's in the forefront of your mind, because we will be asked, every agency will be required to provide this form. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us. You guys are getting out way earlier than what we anticipated, but it's completely fine. My contact information is on the screen. If you have any questions about certifications or about the regulations, let me know. Send me an email. And then thank you all again. And let's think about and keep in the forefront of our minds what we can still do for the end of the fiscal year. We still have time for all 3 socioeconomic programs to make a difference. Do we have any VSBE specific questions? I don't see anything in the chat. Any of my colleagues, do we have any last words that we want to say, or things maybe that I know it is important for us to note that if an agency or a department is non-responsive in terms of reporting, that we, you know, it could be not providing supporting backup data. It could be not submitting corrections, that we do have to list that information in our annual report. So making sure that you're on top of all of, I know it's a lot, but making sure you're giving yourself plenty enough time to get all of this information completed, and talking to your community of people. So, you know, if you're the liaison and the report preparer, that you're giving yourself enough time to get everything done, given the deadlines. These are hard deadlines, guys. And we want to make sure that, you know, you guys have all of the information, and we'll be providing more information. Our next training, you know, we have quarterly compliance training coming up. We'll have another training before the end of the fiscal year where we can go over additional information. And if you guys want to put additional information that you specifically want us to go over, you can also put that in the chat. So that's so that we're already getting on the top of things and getting our agendas together.
I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we do keep in mind that we do want to stay aligned with the governor's mission. And so we gave that his speech at the BPW a listen today. Just please keep that in mind as you're considering the socioeconomic procurement programs. I definitely want to say that we, like him, we really appreciate you all, because I think we have come more and more to learn that your job is not easy, and you have a lot. It's not just our programs, it's the preferred providers, prevailing wage, you know, all of these considerations and things that you have to deal with, green, you know, purchasing, like all of that has to be a part of the consideration in what you're doing. We understand that definitely, but, you know, these are, you know, 3 of the largest programs in the state. And so we want to really make sure that you are given that consideration, and your job as a liaison, you know, doing as much as you can as far as those duties are concerned, so that these small minority and veteran owned businesses can really compete in state contracting with confidence. And that's what our goal is.